Chapter 20 of Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com. Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason. Chapter 20, Suggestions Towards a Curriculum for Children Under 14. Part 1. Summary of preceding chapters. I have left the consideration of a curriculum, which is practically the subject of this volume, till the final chapters, because a curriculum is not an independent product, but is linked to much else by chains of cause and consequence. The fundamental principles of docility and authority have been considered in the first place, because they are fundamental. But for that very reason, they should be present but not in evidence. We do not expose the foundations of our house. Not only so, but these principles must be conditioned by respect for the personality of children, and in order to give children room for free development on the lines proper to them, it is well that parents and teachers should adopt an attitude of masterly inactivity. Having considered the relations of teachers and taught, I have touched upon those between education and current thought. Education should be in the flow, as it were, and not shut up in a watertight compartment. Perhaps reverence for personality as such, a sense of the solidarity of the race, and a profound consciousness of evolutionary progress are among the elements of current thought which should help us towards an educational ideal. In considering the training of children under the convenient divisions of physical, mental, moral, and religious, I have not thought it necessary to give counsels upon matters of common knowledge and general acceptance, but have dwelt upon aspects of training under each heading which are rather likely to be overlooked. Under the phrase, education is a life, I have tried to show how necessary it is to sustain the intellectual life upon ideas, and, as a corollary, that a school book should be a medium for ideas and not merely a receptacle for facts. That normal children have a natural desire for and a right of admission to all knowledge appears to me to be covered by the phrase, education is the science of relations. These considerations clear the ground for the consideration of a curriculum, which occupies the remaining chapters. These are, in fact, a summary of what has gone before, and therefore I beg the reader's patience with such repetitions as seem to me necessary in bringing the argument to a point. Some preliminary considerations. As the following suggestions have been worked out in connection with the Parents' National Education Union, it may perhaps be desirable to repeat here that the first effort of this society, continued through 10 years of its existence, was to impress upon its members the definition of education contained in our motto, education is an atmosphere, a discipline, a life. By this we mean that parents and teachers should know how to make sensible use of a child's circumstances, atmosphere, should train him in habits of good living, discipline, and should nourish his mind with ideas, the food of the intellectual life. These three we believe to be the only instruments of which we make lawful use in bringing up children. An easier way may be found by trading on their sensibilities, emotions, desires, passions, but the result must be disastrous. And for this reason, that habits, ideas, and circumstances are external, and we may help each other to get the best that is to be had of them. We may not, however, meddle directly with the personality of child or man. We may not work upon his vanity, his fears, his love, his emulation, or anything that goes to make him a person. Most thinking people are in earnest about the bringing up of children, but we are in danger of taking too much upon us, and of not recognizing the limitations which confine us to the outworks of personality. A definite aim. The Parents' Union having devoted, as I said, 10 years of its existence to learning how to use the three instruments of education, circumstances, habits, and ideas, took a new departure some few years ago, and asked what should be the end in view as the result of a wise use of due means. What is education? The answer we accept is that education is the science of relations. We do not use this phrase in the Herbartian sense. that things or thoughts are related to each other, and that teachers must be careful to pack the right things in together, so that, having got into the pupil's brain, each may fasten on its kind, and together make a strong click or apperception mass. What concerns us personally is the fact that we have relations with what there is in the present, and with what there has been in the past, with what is above us and about us, and that fullness of living and serviceableness depend for each of us upon how far we apprehend these relationships and how many of them we lay hold of. Every child is heir to an enormous patrimony. The question is, what are the formalities necessary to put him in possession of that which is his? Education, objective, not subjective. The point of view is shifted. It is no longer subjective as regards the child, but objective. We do not talk about developing his faculties, training his moral nature, guiding his religious feelings, educating him with a view to his social standing or his future calling. We take the child as we find him, a person with many healthy affinities and embryonic attachments, and we try to give him a chance to make the largest possible number of these attachments valid. An infant comes into the world with 1,000 feelers, which he at once begins to fix with great energy, and out of everything about him he gets that calm delight which, if I err not, surely must belong to those firstborn affinities that fit our new existence to existing things, and in our dawn of being constitute the bond of union between life and joy. He gets also, when left to himself, that real knowledge about each thing he comes across which establishes his relations with that thing. Later we step in to educate him. In proportion to the range of living relationships we put in his way, will he have wide and vital interests and joy in living. His life will be dutiful and serviceable if he is made aware of the laws which rule each relationship. He will learn the laws of work and the joys of work as he perceives that no relation with persons or with things can be kept up without effort. Our part is to remove obstructions, to give stimulus and guidance to the child who is trying to get into touch with the universe of things and thoughts. Our error is to suppose that we must act as his showman to the universe, and that there is no community between child and universe except such as we choose to set up. Interests. Have we many keen interests soliciting us outside of our necessary work? If we have, we shall not be enslaved by vapid joys. Interests are not to be taken up on the spur of the moment. They spring out of the affinities which we have found and lay hold of. And the object of education is, I take it, to give children the use of as much of the world as may be. Influenced by such considerations as these, the phrase, education is the science of relations, gives us the advantage of a definite aim in our work. Educational unrest. We have been made familiar with the phrase educational unrest, and we all feel its fitness. Never were there more able and devoted teachers, whether as the heads or on the staffs of schools of all classes. Money, labor, and research are freely spent on education, theory is widely studied, and pains are taken to learn what is done elsewhere. Yet there is something amiss beyond that divine discontent which leads to effort. We know that a change of front is necessary, and we are ready, provided that the change be something more than an experiment. Headmasters and mistresses are, I believe, amongst the persons most ready to fall in with a sound reform. But because these are persons with wide experience and highly trained intellects, they are unwilling to launch changes which have not a philosophic basis as well as a utilitarian end. A unifying principle. Hitherto we, of the Parents' Union, have pressed on the public rather our views on home training than those on school teaching. But this is because we have been unwilling to disturb the existing order. We have, however, during the last 12 years, worked out in our training college and school a unifying principle and adequate methods with happy results. We exist because we have a definite aim, and to carry out that aim. I need not now speak of the few principles which form a guide to us in the upbringing of children, but that principle which guides us in what is commonly called education, the teaching of knowledge, may be found to indicate the cause of many educational failures and may point the way to reform. Education should give knowledge touched with emotion. To adapt a phrase of Matthew Arnold's concerning religion, education should aim at giving knowledge touched with emotion. I have already quoted the charming episode in Frederica Bremer's Neighbors, where two schoolgirls fight a duel on behalf of their heroes, Charles XII and Peter the Great. Parents may be glad that we have no girl duels today. The schoolgirl does not care for heroes, she cares for marks. Knowledge for her is not touched with emotion, unless it be those of personal acquisitiveness and emulation. The boys and girls have it in them to be generous and enthusiastic. That they leave school without interests beyond that of preparing for further examinations or the absorbing interest of games is no doubt the fault of the schools. Perhaps the unrest of the public mind at home and abroad about secondary education is due to the fact that young people are turned out from excellent schools devitalized so far as their minds go. No large draughts of intellectual day have been offered to their thirst, and yet the thirst was there to begin with. Mr. Benson speaks very frankly. He says, "I honestly believe that the masters of public schools have two strong ambitions, to make boys good and to make them healthy, but I do not think they care about making them intellectual. Intellectual life is left to take care of itself. My belief is that a great many masters look upon the boys' work as a question of duty. That is, they consider it from the moral standpoint and not from the intellectual. It must be frankly admitted that the intellectual standard maintained at the English public schools is low, and what is more serious, I do not see any evidence that it is tending to become higher." Professor Sadler, with a perhaps wider outlook, says practically the same thing. Our secondary schools have capital points, but intellectually they are behindhand, compared even with those of some continental nations. Mr. Benson speaks no doubt from personal knowledge, but is it a fact that so intellectual a body as our headmasters deliberately forego intellectual distinction in their schools? Or is it not rather that examinations throw them back on the pseudo-intellectual work known as cram? It is because cram is deadening that some of us deprecate the registration of teachers as a backward movement. Hundreds of mediocre young women set themselves to cram for a course of examinations, often a long course, to end at last in registration, and already headmistresses feel the evil and inquire diligently for assistants who are not the usual sort. Women are apt to be over-strenuous and over-conscientious, and the strain of moral effort carried on through years of preparation for successive examinations often leaves a certain dullness of apprehension. There are brilliant exceptions, but the average young woman who has undergone such an experience has little initiative, is slow of perception, not readily adaptable, not quick in the uptake, is, in fact, a little devitalized. I speak of moral effort because the labor of preparing for examinations, of going through steady, long-sustained grind, is apt to be rather a moral than an intellectual effort. With young men it is otherwise. They are commonly less strenuous, less absorbed, and therefore perhaps more receptive to the ideas that beset the way of their studies. Education is the science of relations. The idea that vivifies teaching in the Parents' Union is that education is the science of relations, by which phrase we mean that children come into the world with a natural appetency, to use Coleridge's word, for the affinity with all the material of knowledge, for interest in the heroic past and in the age of myths, for a desire to know about everything that moves and lives, about strange places and strange peoples, for a wish to handle material and to make, a desire to run and ride and row and do whatever the law of gravitation permits. Therefore, we do not feel it is lawful in the early days of a child's life to select certain subjects for his education to the exclusion of others. To say he shall not learn Latin, for example, or shall not learn science, but we endeavor that he shall have relations of pleasure and intimacy established with as many as possible of the interests proper to him, not learning a slight or incomplete smattering about this or that subject, but plunging into vital knowledge with a great field before him, which in all his life he will not be able to explore. In this conception we get that touch of emotion which vivifies knowledge, for it is probable that we feel only as we are brought into our proper vital relations. Is there such a thing as the child mind? We get courage to attack so wide a program through a few working ideas or principles. One of these is, there is no such thing as the child mind. We believe that the ignorance of children is illimitable, but that on the other hand, their intelligence is hardly to be reckoned with by our slower wits. In practical working, we find this idea a great power. The teachers do not talk down to the children. They are careful not to explain every word that is used, or to ascertain if children understand every detail. As a girl of 12 or so, the writer browsed a good deal on Cooper's poems, and somehow took an interest in Mrs. Montague's feather hangings. Only the other day did the ball to fit that socket arrive in the shape of an article in the Quarterly on the Queen of the Blue Stockings. Behold, there was Mrs. Montague with her feather hangings. The pleasure of meeting with her after all these years was extraordinary, for in no way is knowledge more enriching than in this of leaving behind it a, so to speak, dormant appetite for more of the kind. The recent finds at Knossos are only to be appreciated by those who recollect how Ulysses told Penelope about Crete with its 90 cities, and Knossos and King Minos. Not what we have learned, but what we are waiting to know, is the delectable part of knowledge. Nor should knowledge be peptonized or diluted, but offered to the children with some substance in it and some vitality. We find that children can cover a large and various field with delight and intelligence in the time that is usually wasted over the 3 R's, object lessons, and other much diluted matter in which the teaching is more than the knowledge. Knowledge versus information. The distinction between knowledge and information is, I think, fundamental. Information is the record of facts, experiences, appearances, etc., whether in books or in the verbal memory of the individual. Knowledge, it seems to me, implies the result of the voluntary and delightful action of the mind upon the material presented to it. Great minds, a Darwin or a Plato, are able to deal at first hand with appearances or experiences. The ordinary mind gets a little of its knowledge by such direct dealing, but for the most part it is set in action by the vivifying knowledge of others, which is at the same time a stimulus and a point of departure. The information acquired in the course of education is only by chance, and here and there of practical value. Knowledge, on the other hand, that is, the product of the vital action of the mind on the material presented to it, is power, as it implies an increase of intellectual aptitude in new directions and an always new point of departure. Perhaps the chief function of a teacher is to distinguish information from knowledge in the acquisitions of his pupils. Because knowledge is power, the child who has got knowledge will certainly show power in dealing with it. He will recast, condense, illustrate, or narrate with vividness and with freedom in the arrangement of his words. The child who has got only information will write and speak in the stereotyped phrases of his textbook, or will mangle in his notes the words of his teacher. Children have a natural craving for knowledge. It is the easier for us to deal in this direct fashion with knowledge because we are not embarrassed by the necessity of cultivating faculties. For working purposes, the so-called faculties are sufficiently described as mind, and the normal mind is, we find, as able to deal with knowledge as are the normal digestive organs with food. Our concern is to give a child such knowledge as shall open up for him as large a share as may be of the world he lives in for his use and enjoyment. As there are gymnastics for the body, so for the mind there are certain subjects whose use is chiefly disciplinary, and of these we avail ourselves. Again, as our various organs labor without our consciousness in the assimilation of food, so judgment, imagination, and what not deal of their own accord with knowledge, that it may be incorporated, which is not the same thing as remembered. A further analogy, as the digestive organs are incited by appetite, so children come into the world with a few inherent desires, some with more, some less, to incite them to their proper activities. These are, roughly speaking, the desire for power, for praise, for wealth, for distinction, for society, and for knowledge. It seems to me that education, which appeals to the desire for wealth, marks, prizes, scholarships, or the like, or to the desire of excelling, as in the taking of places, etc., or to any other of the natural desires, except that for knowledge, destroys the balance of character, and, what is even more fatal, destroys by inanition that desire for and delight in knowledge, which is meant for our joy and enrichment through the whole of life. A desire for knowledge, says Dr. Johnson, is the natural feeling of mankind, and every human being whose mind is not debauched will be willing to give all that he has to get knowledge. Is it possible that what has been called mark-hunger is a debauchery of the mind? The undebauched mind takes knowledge with avidity, and we find their studies are so interesting to children that they need no other stimulus. Children must be educated on books. A corollary of the principle that education is the science of relations is that no education seems to be worth the name which has not made children at home in the world of books, and so related them, mind to mind, with thinkers who have dealt with knowledge. We reject epitomes, compilations, and their like, and put into children's hands books which, long or short, are living. Thus it becomes a large part of the teacher's work to help children to deal with their books, so that the oral lesson and lecture are but small matters in education, and are used chiefly to summarize or to expand or illustrate. Too much faith is commonly placed in oral lessons and lectures. To be poured into like a bucket, as says Carlyle, is not exhilarating to any soul. Neither is it exhilarating to have every difficulty explained to weariness, or to have the explanation teased out of one by questions. I will not be put to the question, "Don't you consider, sir, that these are not the manners of a gentleman?" I will not be baited with what and why. What is this? What is that? Why is a cow's tail long? Why is a fox's tail bushy? Said Dr. Johnson. This is what children think, though they say nothing. Oral lessons have their occasional use, and when they are fitly given, it is the children who ask the questions. Perhaps it is not wholesome or quite honest for a teacher to pose as a source of all knowledge and to give lovely lessons. Such lessons are titillating for the moment, but they give children the minimum of mental labor, and the result is much the same as that left on older persons by the reading of a magazine. We find, on the other hand, that in working through a considerable book, which may take 2 or 3 years to master, the interest of boys and girls is well sustained to the end. They develop an intelligent curiosity as to causes and consequences, and are in fact educating themselves. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 21, Suggestions Toward a Curriculum for Children Under 12. Part 2, School Books. Books that supply the sustenance of ideas. Mr. H. G. Wells has put his finger on the place when he says that the selection of the right school book is a great function of the educator. I am not at all sure that his remedy is the right one, or that a body of experts and 100,000 pounds would, in truth, provide the manner of school books that reach children. They are kittle-cattle, and though they will plod on obediently over any of the hundreds of dry-as-dust volumes issued by the publishers under the heading of school books or of education, they keep all such books in the outer court, and allow them no access to their minds. A book may be long or short, old or new, easy or hard, written by a great man or a lesser man, and yet be the living book which finds its way into the mind of a young reader. The expert is not the person to choose. The children themselves are the experts in this case. A single page will elicit a verdict. But the unhappy thing is, this verdict is not betrayed. It is acted upon in the opening or closing of the door of the mind. Many excellent and admirable school books, appreciated by masters, are on the index expurgatorius of the schoolboy. and that is why he takes nothing in and gives nothing out. The master must have it in him to distinguish between twaddle and simplicity, and between vivacity and life. For the rest, he must experiment, or test the experiments of others, being assured of one thing, that a book serves the ends of education only as it is vital. But this subject has been treated at some length in an earlier chapter. Books and oral teaching. Having found the right book, let the master give the book the lead, and be content himself with the second place. The lecture must be subordinated to the book. The business of the teacher is to put his class in the right attitude toward their book by a word or two of his own interest in the matter contained, of his own delight in the manner of the author. But boys get knowledge only as they dig for it. Labor prepares the way for assimilation, that mental process which converts information into knowledge. And the effort of taking in the sequence of thought of his author is worth to the boy a great deal of oral teaching. Do teachers always realize the paralyzing and stupefying effect that a flood of talk has upon the mind? The inspired talk of an orator no doubt wakens the response and is listened to with tense attention. But few of us claim to be inspired, and we are sometimes aware of the difficulty of holding the attention of a class. We blame ourselves, whereas the blame lies in the instrument we employ, the more or less diluted oral lesson or lecture, in place of the living and arresting book. We cannot do without the oral lesson, to introduce, to illustrate, to amplify, to sum up. My stipulation is that oral lessons should be few and far between, and that the child who has to walk through life, and has to find his intellectual life in books or go without, shall not be first taught to go upon crutches. The use of appliances. For the same reason, that is, that we may not paralyze the mental vigor of children, we are very chary in the use of appliances (except such as the microscope, telescope, magic lantern, etc.). I once heard a schoolmaster who had a school in a shipbuilding town say that he had demanded and got from his committee a complete sectional model of a man of war. Such a model would be of use to his boys when they begin to work in the yards, but during their school years, I believe the effect would be stultifying, because the mind is not able to conceive with an elaborate model as basis. I recently visited M. Bloch's admirable Peace and War show at Lucerne. Torpedoes were very fully illustrated by models, sectional diagrams, and what not, but I was not enlightened. I asked my neighbor at dinner to explain the principle. He took up his spectacle case as an illustration, and after a few sentences, my intelligence had grasped what was distinctive in a torpedo. This gentleman turned out to have been in the War Office and to have had much concern with torpedoes. The power in the teacher of illustrating by inkpot and ruler, or any object at hand, or a few lines on the blackboard, appears to me to be of more use than the most elaborate equipment of models and diagrams. These things stale on the senses and produce a torpor of thought the moment they are presented. The coordination of studies. Another point. The coordination of studies is carefully regulated without any reference to the clash of ideas on the threshold or their combination into apperception masses, but solely with reference to the natural and inevitable coordination of certain subjects. Thus, in readings on the period of the Armada, we should not devote the contemporary arithmetic lesson to calculations as to the amount of food necessary to sustain the Spanish fleet, because this is an arbitrary and not an inherent connection, but we should read such history, travels, and literature as would make the Spanish Armada live in the mind. Our aim in education. Our aim in education is to give children vital interests in as many directions as possible, to set their feet in a large room, because the crying evil of the day is, it seems to me, intellectual inanition. Believing that he is in the world to lay hold of all that he can of those possessions which endure, That full, happy living, expansion, expression, resourcefulness, power of initiative, servableness, in a word, character, for him, depends how far he apprehends the relationships proper to him and how many of them he seizes. We should be gravely uneasy when his education leaves a young person with prejudices and caring for events (in the sporting sense), rather than with interests and pursuits. Principles, we believe, the best of our young people have and bring away from their schools fully as much as from their homes. Our educational shortcomings seem to be intellectual rather than moral. Education by things. Education should be by things and by books. 10 years ago, education by things was little thought of, except in the games of public schools. Today, a great reform has taken place, and the worth of education by things is recognized everywhere. Disciplinary exercises, artistic handicrafts, are seen to make for education as truly as do geography and Latin. Nature study has come in later, but has come with a rush. If that Sikh quoted by Corneli Sorabji should visit us again 10 years hence, it is to be hoped that he would not say of us, "The very thoughts of the people are merchandise. They have not learned the common language of nature." The teaching of science is receiving enormous attention, and the importance of education in this kind need not be enforced here. Works of art are, here and there, allowed their chance with boys and girls, and we should look more and more to this means of education. What everyone knows it is unnecessary to repeat, and such general attention is given to education by things, and this is carried on so far on right lines, that I have nothing to add to the general knowledge of this subject. Education by books. The great educational failure we have to deal with is in the matter of books. We know that books store the knowledge and thought of the world, but the mass of knowledge, the multitude of books, overpower us, and we think we may select here and there from this book and that fragments and facts of knowledge to be dealt out, whether in the little cram book or the oral lesson. Sir Philip Magnus, in a recent address on headwork and handwork in elementary schools, says some things worth pondering. Perhaps he gives his workshop too big a place in the school of the future, but certainly he puts his finger on the weak point in the work of both elementary and secondary schools. The, "getting by heart scraps of knowledge, fragments of so-called science," and we are with him in the emphasis he lays upon reading and writing. It is through these that even school studies shall become for delight. Writing, of course, comes of reading, and nobody can write well who does not read much. Sir Philip Magnus says, speaking of the schools of the future, "We shall no longer require children to learn by constant repetition scraps of history, geography, and grammar, nor try to teach them fragments of so-called science. The daily hours devoted to these tasks will be applicable to the creation of mental aptitudes, and will be utilized in showing the children how to obtain knowledge for themselves. In future, the main function of education will be to train our hands and our sense organs and intellectual faculties so that we may be placed in a position of advantage for seeking knowledge. The scope of the lessons will be enlarged. Children will be taught to read in order that they may desire to read, and to write that they may be able to write. It will be the teacher's aim to create in his pupils a desire for knowledge, and consequently a love of reading, and to cultivate in them, by a proper selection of lessons, the pleasure which reading may be made to yield. The main feature of the reading lesson will be to show the use of books, how they may be consulted to ascertain what other people have said or done, and how they may be read for the pleasure they afford. The storing of the memory with facts is no part of elementary school work. It is not enough that a child should learn how to write. He must know what to write. He must learn to describe clearly what he has heard or seen, to transfer to written language his sense impressions, and to express concisely his own thoughts." We should like to add a word to Sir Philip Magnus's conception, emphasizing the habit of reading as a chief acquirement of school life. It is only those who have read who do read. The question of a curriculum. In regard to a curriculum, may I enforce what I have said in an earlier chapter? Perhaps the main part of a child's education should be concerned with the great human relationships: history, literature, art, languages, whether ancient or modern, travel. All of these are the record or expression of persons. So is science, so far as it is the history of discoveries, the record of observations, that is, so far as it is to be got out of books. Essentially, however, science falls under the head of education by things, and it is too large a subject to be dealt with, by the way. Before all these ranks religion, including our relations of worship, loyalty, love, and service to God. And next in order, perhaps, the intimate interpersonal relations implied in such terms as self-knowledge, self-control. Knowledge in these several kinds is due to children, for there seems reason to believe that the limit to human intelligence coincides with the limit to human interests. That is, that a normal person of poor and narrow intelligence is so because the interests proper to him have not been called into play. The curriculum which should give children their due falls into some 6 or 8 groups: religion, philosophy, history, languages, mathematics, science, art, physical exercise, and manual crafts. Religion. For religion it is, no doubt, to the Bible itself we must go, as the great storehouse of spiritual truth and moral impressions. A child might, in fact, receive a liberal education from the Bible alone, for the book contains within itself a great literature. There was a time when national schools brought up their scholars on one of the 3 great bodies of ancient classical literature which the Western world possesses, and which we include under the one name, Bible. And perhaps there has been some falling off in both national intelligence and character since the Bible has been practically disposed for the miscellaneous reader. It is not possible or desirable to revert to old ways in this matter, but we should see to it that children derive as much intellectual as well as moral and religious nutriment from books as they did when their studies ranged from the story of Joseph to the epistles of St. Paul. History. In history, boys and girls of 12 to 14 should have a fairly intimate knowledge of English history, of contemporary French history, and of Greek and Roman history, the last by way of biography. Perhaps nothing outside of the Bible has the educational value of Plutarch's Lives. The wasteful mistake often made in teaching English history is to carry children of, say, between 9 and 14 through several small compendiums, beginning with Little Arthur, whereas their intelligence between those ages is equal to steady work on one considerable book. Language. In language by 12, they should have a fair knowledge of English grammar, and should have read some literature. They should have more or less power in speaking and understanding French, and should be able to read a fairly easy French book. The same with German, but considerably less progress. And in Latin, they should be reading fables, if not Caesar and perhaps Virgil. Mathematics. I need not touch upon the subject of mathematics. It is receiving ample attention, and is rapidly becoming an instrument for living teaching in our schools. Practical instruction. To turn to the question of practical instruction, under the heads of science, drawing, manual and physical training, etc., I can do no more here than repeat our convictions. We believe that education under these 4 heads is due to every child of whatever class. And for boys and girls under 12, probably the same general curriculum would be suitable for all. I have nothing to add to the sound ideas as to the teaching of these subjects, which are now common property. Science. In science, or rather nature study, we attach great importance to recognition, believing that the power to recognize and name a plant or stone or constellation involves classification and includes a good deal of knowledge. to know a plant by its gesture and habitat, its time and its way of flowering and fruiting, a bird by its flight and song and its times of coming and going, to know when, year after year, you may come upon the redstart and the pied flycatcher, means a good deal of interested observation, and of, at any rate, the material for science. The children keep a dated record of what they see in their nature notebooks, which are left to their own management and are not corrected. These notebooks are a source of pride and joy, and are freely illustrated by drawings, brushwork, of twig, flower, insect, etc. The knowledge necessary for these records is not given in the way of teaching. On one afternoon in the week, the children (of the practicing school) go for a nature walk with their teachers. They notice for themselves, and the teacher gives a name or other information as it is asked for, and it is surprising what a range of knowledge a child of 9 or 10 acquires. The teachers are careful not to make these nature walks an opportunity for scientific instruction, as we wish the children's attention to be given to observation with very little direction. In this way, they lay up that store of common information which Huxley considered should precede science teaching. And what is much more important, they learn to know and delight in natural objects, as in the familiar faces of friends. The nature walk should not be made the occasion to impart a sort of tidbits miscellany of scientific information. The study of science should be pursued in an ordered sequence, which is not possible or desirable in a walk. It seems to me a sine qua non of a living education is all school children of whatever grade should have one half-day in the week throughout the year in the fields. There are few towns where country of some sort is not accessible, and every child should have the opportunity of watching from week to week the procession of the seasons. Geography, geology, the course of the sun, the behavior of the clouds, weather signs, all that the open has to offer, are made use of in these walks. But all is incidental, easy, and things are noticed as they occur. It is probable that in most neighborhoods there are naturalists who would be willing to give their help in the nature walks of a given school. We supplement this direct nature walk by occasional object lessons, as on the hairs of plants, on diversity of wings, on the sorts of matters taken up in Professor Mayall's capital books. But our main dependence is on books as an adjunct to out-of-door work. Mrs. Fisher's, Mrs. Brightwin's, Professor Lloyd Morgan's, Professor Geiky's, Professors Getty's and Thompson's (the two last for children over 14), etc., etc. In the books of these and some other authors, the children are put in the position of the original observer of biological and other phenomena. They learn what to observe and make discoveries for themselves, original so far as they are concerned. They are put in the right attitude of mind for scientific observations and deductions, and their keen interest is awakened. We are extremely careful not to burden the verbal memory with scientific nomenclature. The children learn of pollen, antennae, and whatnot incidentally, when the thing is present and they require a name for it. The children who are curious about it, and they only, should have the opportunity to seeing with the microscope any minute wonder of structure that has come up in their reading or their walks. But a good lens is a capital and almost an indispensable companion in field work. I think there is danger in giving too prominent a place to education by things, enormous as is its value. A certain want of atmosphere is apt to result, and a deplorable absence of a standard of comparison and of the principle of veneration. We are the people seems to be the note of an education which is not largely sustained on books as well as on things. Drawing. In pictorial art, we eschew mechanical aids such as checkers, lines of direction, etc. Nor do we use the black lead pencil, which lends itself rather to the copying of linear work than to the free rendering of objects. The children work always from the round, whether in charcoal or brushwork. They produce also illustrations of tales or poems, which leave much to seek in the matter of drawing, and are of little value as art instruction, but are useful imaginative exercises. Picture talks. We attach a good deal of value to what we call picture talks, that is, a reproduction of a suitable picture, by Millais, for example, is put into the children's hands, and they study it by themselves. Then, children of from 6 to 9 describe the picture, giving all the details, and showing by a few lines on the blackboard where is such a tree or such a house, judging if they can the time of day, discovering the story if there be one. The older children add to this some study of the lines of composition, light and shade, the particular style of the master, and reproduce from memory certain details. The object of these lessons is that the pupil should learn how to appreciate rather than how to produce. But there is no space for further details or curriculum which is more fully illustrated in an appendix. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 22, Suggestions Toward a Curriculum, Part 3, The Love of Knowledge. The use of books makes for short hours. Considering that under the head of Education by Books, some half-dozen groups of subjects are included, with several subjects in each group, the practical teacher will be inclined to laugh at what will seem to him education in utopia. In practice, however, we find that the use of books makes for short hours. No bookwork or writing, no preparation or report is done in the Parents' Review School, except between the hours of 9 and 11:30 for the lowest class, to 9 and 1 for the highest, with half an hour's interval for drill, etc. From 1 to 2 hours, according to age and class, are given in the afternoons to handicrafts, field work, drawing, etc., and the evenings are absolutely free, so that the children have leisure for hobbies, family reading, and the like. We are able to get through a greater variety of subjects and through more work in each subject in a shorter time than is usually allowed, because children taught in this way get the habit of close attention and are carried on by steady interest. Utilitarian education. I should be inclined to say of education, as Mr. Lecky says of morals, that, quote, the utilitarian theory is profoundly immoral, end quote. To educate children for any immediate end, towards commercial or manufacturing aptitude, for example, is to put a premium upon general ignorance with a view to such special aptitude. The greater includes the less, but the less does not include the greater. Excellent work of whatever kind is produced by a person of character and intelligence, and we who teach cannot do better for the nation than to prepare such persons for its uses. He who has intelligent relations with life will produce good work. Relations and interests. I have throughout spoken of relations and not of interests, because interests may be casual, unworthy, and passing. Everyone, even the most ignorant, has interests of a sort, while to make valid any one relation implies that knowledge has begun in, at any rate, that one direction. But the defect in our educational thought is that we have ceased to realize that knowledge is vital, and as children and adults we suffer from underfed minds. This intellectual inanition is, no doubt, partly due to the fact that educational theorists systematically depreciate knowledge. Such theorists are, I think, inclined to attach more importance to the working of the intellectual machinery than to the output of the product. That is, they feel it to be more important that a child should think than that he should know. My contention is rather that he cannot know without having thought, and also that he cannot think without an abundant, varied, and regular supply of the material of knowledge. We all know how the reading of a passage may stimulate us in thought, inquiry, inference, and thus get for us in the end some added knowledge. The depreciation of which I speak is by no means of set purpose, nor is it even realized. But the more education presents itself as a series of psychological problems, the greater will be the tendency to doctor, modify, and practically eliminate knowledge. That knowledge which is as the air and the food and the exercise, the whole life of the mind of man. In giving education without abundant knowledge, we are as persons who should aim at physical development by giving the maximum of exercise with a minimum of food. The getting of knowledge and the getting of delight in knowledge are the ends of a child's education. And well has said one of our prophets, quote, that there should one man die ignorant who had the capacity for knowledge. This I call a tragedy. End quote. To sum up, I believe that our efforts in intellectual education commonly fail from 6 causes. Causes of failure. A. The oral lesson, which at its worst is very poor twaddle, and at its best is far below the ordered treatment of the same subject by an original mind in the right book. The right books exist, old and new, in countless numbers, but very great care is necessary in the choice, as well as much experience of the rather whimsical tastes and distastes of children. B. The lecture, commonly gathered from various books and rapid notes by the teacher, and issuing in hasty notes afterwards written out, and finally crammed up by the pupils. The lecture is often careful, thorough, and well illustrated. But is it ever equal in educational value to direct contact with the original mind of one able thinker who has written his book on the subject? Arnold, Thring, Bowen, we know, lectured with great effect. But then each of them lectured on only a few subjects, and each lecture was as the breaking out of a spring of slowly gathered knowledge. We are not all Arnolds, or even Bowens. C. The textbook, compressed and recompressed from one or many big books. These handbooks are of 2 kinds, the frankly dry and uninteresting, which enumerate facts and details, and the easy and beguiling. I think we are safe in saying that there is no educational value in either sort of textbook. D. The debauchery of the mind which comes of exciting other desires to do the work of the inherent and fully adequate desire of knowledge. E. In elementary schools, the dependence upon apparatus and illustrative appliances which have a paralyzing effect on the mind. F. Again, in elementary schools, the use of readers, which, however well selected, cannot have the value of consecutive works. Education by books. For the last 12 years we have tried the plan of bringing up children on books and things, and on the whole the results are pleasing. The average child studies with delight. We do not say he will remember all he knows, but, to use a phrase of Jane Austen's, he will have had his imagination warmed in many regions of knowledge. Blind alleys. May I digress for a moment to raise a warning note against the following of blind alleys, whether in our educational thought or our methods. We do not, in the sphere of education, find hidden treasures by casual digging in the common roadways. Believing in evolution, we perceive that ideas also have their pedigree and their progeny, and follow their own laws of generation. A learned and thoughtful Chinese will abstract himself from the outer world, separate himself from the ideas of others, and when he has arrived at a due state of acuity, take his writing brushes and produce out of his inner consciousness not anything that he has ever seen or heard of or even imagined, but some hieroglyph of curves rather pleasing and presentable if he happen to be an artist. This disconnected production he arbitrarily invests with the character of a symbol, and his fellows are willing to receive it as such, and it is duly hung in his hall of tablets. Some of us perhaps know the flowing curves which stand for happiness in this language of symbols. Now, all this is very engaging, and the Western mind is ready enough to succumb to the charm of such fancies. but does it not offer a key to the baffling problem we call China? Here we have a vast people with some high moral qualities of astute and sometimes profound intelligence, whose civilization has for thousands of years remained, to all appearance, stationary. Is the cause perhaps a tendency to follow intellectual futilities, blind alleys, in every direction? These people do not realize that method implies an end perceived, a way to that end, and step-by-step progress in the way. Nor do they perceive that a notion becomes a fruitful idea only upon the impact of an idea from without. A fine celestial arrogance assures them of their right to casual finds. Hence they do not progress, but remain in all things as they were. Now, here is the danger that besets us in education. We seize upon ambidexterity, upon figures drawn with the compass without intention, upon child study as applied to mind, upon terrible agglutinations which we call appreciation masses, upon intellectual futilities in 100 directions, each of which will, we hope, give us the key to education. We may perceive the futility of such notions by applying the test of progress. Are they the way to anything? And if so, what? Let us, out of reverence for the children, be modest. Let us not stake their interests on the hope that this or that new way would lead to great results if people had only the courage to follow it. It is exciting to become a pioneer, but for the children's sake, it may be well to constrain ourselves to follow those roads only by which we know that persons have arrived, or those newer roads which offer evident and assured means of progress towards a desired end. Self-will is not permitted to the educationalist, and he may not take up fads. An educated child. Knowledge is, no doubt, a comparative term, and the knowledge of a subject possessed by a child would be the ignorance of a student. All the same, there is such a thing as an educated child, a child who possesses a sound and fairly wide knowledge of a number of subjects, all of which serve to interest him. Such a child studies with delight. Children delight in school, but not for love of knowledge. It will be said with truth that most children delight in school. They delight in the stimulus of school life, in the social air of companionship. They are emulous, eager for reward and praise. They enjoy the thousand lawful interests of school life, including the attractive personality of such and such a teacher. But it seems doubtful whether the love of knowledge in itself and for itself is usually a powerful motive with the young scholar. The matter is important because, of all the joyous motives of school life, the love of knowledge is the only abiding one, the only one which determines the scale, so to speak, upon which the person will hereafter live. My contention is, to repeat what has been said, that all children have a capacity for and a latent love of knowledge, and that knowledge concerning persons and states can best be derived from books, and should be got by the children out of their own books. In 100 biographies there are hints of boys and girls who have grown up on books, and there is no doubt that in many schools the study of books is the staple of the work. This probably is the principle which keeps our great public schools perennially alive. They live, so far as they do live, upon books. The best public school boy is a fine product, and perhaps the worst has had his imagination touched by ideas. Yet most of us recognize that the public school often fails, in that it launches the average and dull boy ignorant upon the world, because the curriculum has been too narrow to make any appeal to him. And we must remember that if a young person leaves school at 17 or 18 without having become a diligent and delighted reader, it is tolerably certain that he will never become a reader. It may be, however, that the essential step in any reform of public schools should come in the shape of due preparation upon a wide curriculum, dealt with intelligently between the ages of 6 and 12. An educational revolution. I add appendices to show a. how a wide curriculum and the use of many books work in the Parents' Review School, B. What progress a pupil of 12 should have made under such conditions, and C. What use is made of oral lessons. Should the reader consider that the children in question prove their right of entry to several fields of knowledge, that they show a distinct appetite for such knowledge, that thought and power of mind develop upon the books we read, as they do not and cannot upon the lectures we hear, should he heed to be convinced of the truth of what I have advanced, I think that he will see that, not an educational reform here and there, but an educational revolution is before us, to which every one of us is bound to put his hand. The Children's Magna Carta. My plea is, and I think I have justified it by experience, that many doors shall be opened to boys and girls until they are at least 12 or 14, and always the doors of good houses (education, says Taine, is but a card of invitation to noble and privileged salons), that they shall be introduced to no subject whatever through compendiums, abstracts, or selections, that the young people shall learn what history is, what literature is, what life is, from the living books of those who know. I know it can be done, because it is being done on a considerable scale. If conviction has indeed reached us, the Magna Carta of children's intellectual liberty is before us. The need is immediate. The means are evident. This, at least, I think we ought to claim, that, up to the age of 12, all boys and girls shall be educated on some such curriculum, with some such habit of books, as we have been considering. End of chapter 22.
Appendix 1 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Broussard. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Appendix 1, Questions for the Use of Readers, Chapters 1 through 11. Chapter 1, Docility and Authority in the Home and School. 1. In what points are there better relations between children and their elders than there were a generation or two ago? 2. Characterize the elder generation of parents. 3. What of ill-guided homes? 4. Give an example of martinet rule. Name some notable men who grew up under such rule. 5. Compare the arbitrary parent now with the arbitrary parent of the past. 6. Was arbitrary rule a failure? 7. What thought should encourage our own efforts? 8. Show that arbitrariness arose from limitations. 9. That it is one cause of the reticence of children. 10. In what way has the direction of philosophic thought altered the relations of parents and children? 11. What effect has the doctrine of the infallible reason upon authority? 12. Show that English thought again proclaims the apotheosis of reason. 13. What is the final justification of the idea of authority? 14. Why is the enthronement of human reason the dethronement of the highest authority? 15. Show that the spread of an idea is quick as thought. 16. Why has the notion of the finality of human reason become intolerable? 17. On what grounds would you say that authority and docility are fundamental principles? 18. Show that self-interest does not account for the response of docility to authority. 19. Show that the work of the rationalistic philosophers was necessary. 20. Show that they hold a brief for human freedom. 21. Describe the way in which the education of the world seems to be carried on. 22. Show the danger of the notion that authority is vested in persons. 23. Show that a person in authority is under authority. Chapter 2. Docility and Authority in the Home and School. Part 2. How Authority Behaves. 1. Show, by example, that it is easy to go wrong on principle. 2. Distinguish between authority and autocracy. 3. How does autocracy behave? 4. Show that it is the autocrat who remits duties and grants indulgences. 5. How does authority behave? 6. Give a half-dozen features by which we may distinguish the rule of authority. 7. What are the qualities proper to a ruler? 8. Distinguish between mechanical and reasonable obedience. 9. Show the use of the former. 10. Show how acts of mechanical obedience help a child to the masterly use of his body. 11. How is the man who can make himself do what he wills trained? 12. Why is the effort of decision the greatest effort of life? 13. Show how habit spares us much of this labor. 14. Show how the habit of obedience eases the lives of children. 15. How does authority avoid cause of offense? 16. Show that alert authority in the home is a preventative force. 17. Show how important the changing of thoughts, diverting, is in the formation of habit. 18. Show that children, too, exercise authority. 19. What question might parents put to themselves daily as an aid to the maintenance of authority? Chapter 3. Masterly Inactivity. 1. Contrast our sense of responsibility with that held in the 50s and 60s. 2. Show that the change in our point of view indicates moral progress. 3. What kind of responsibility presses heavily at present upon thoughtful people? 4. Show that anxiety is the note of a transition stage. 5. Why does a sense of responsibility produce a fussy and restless habit? 6. Why should we do well to admit the idea of masterly inactivity as a factor in education? 7. What 4 or 5 ideas are contained in this idea of masterly inactivity? 8. What is Wordsworth's phrase? 9. What is the first element in this attitude of mind? 10. Show that good humor is the second element. 11. That self-confidence is also necessary. 12. What may mothers learn from the fine, easy way of some fathers? 13. Show that confidence in children, also, is an important element of masterly inactivity. 14. Why must parents and teachers be omniscient? 15. Show why masterly inactivity is necessary to the bringing up of a child whose life is conditioned by fate and free will. 16. What delicate poise between fate and free will is to be aimed at for the child? 17. Show the importance of a sound mind in a sound body to the parent. 18. What may we learn from the quality which all the early painters have bestowed upon the pattern mother? 19. Give 1 or 2 practical hints for tired mothers. 20. Why is leisure necessary to children's well-being? 21. What is the foundation of the masterly inactivity we have in view? Chapter 4. Some of the rights of children as persons. 1. Why should children be free in their play? 2. In what respect are organized games not play? 3. Why should we beware of interfering with children's work? 4. Show that children must stand or fall by their own efforts. 5. Show the danger of a system of prodding. 6. How far may we count upon the dutifulness of boys and girls? 7. How far should children be free to choose their friends? 8. To spend their pocket money? 9. To form their opinions? 10. Show that spontaneity is not an indigenous wild flower. Chapter 5. Psychology in relation to current thought. 1. Characterize the educational thought of the 18th century. 2. Show that we, too, have had a period of certainty. 3. Account for the general dissatisfaction we labor under now. 4. By what tests may we discern a working psychology for our own age? 5. Illustrate the fact that the sacredness of the person is among the living thoughts of the age upon which we are being brought up. 6. On what grounds do we demand of education that it should make the most of the person? 7. How is the solidarity of the race to be reckoned with in education? 8. Show that the best thought of any age is common thought. 9. Discuss Locke's states of consciousness. 10. Show that this theory does not provide for the evolution of the person. 11. How does modern psychological psychology compare with Locke's theory? 12. How does Professor James define this psychology? 13. Show that this definition makes the production of thought, etc., purely mechanical. 14. How far is this assumption unjustifiable materialism? 15. What is Professor James's pronouncement about what is called the new psychology? 16. Illustrate the fact that a psychology which eliminates personality is dreary and devitalizing. 17. By what signs may we recognize the fact when the new psychology becomes part of our faith? 18. Show that this system is inadequate, unnecessary, and inharmonious. 19. At what point does it check the evolution of the individual? Chapter 6. Some educational theories examined. 1. What do we owe to the schools of Pestalozzi and Froebel? 2. What is the source of weakness in their conceptions? 3. Compare "make children happy and they will be good" with "be good and you will be happy." 4. Show the fundamental error of regarding man merely as part of the cosmos. 5. Show that the struggle for existence is part of life, even to a child. 6. That any sort of transition violates the principles of unity and continuity. 7. Why is the Urbartian theory tempting? 8. Show that this theory treats the person as an effect and not a cause. 9. Show that the functions of education are overrated by it. 10. Show that this system of psychology is not in harmony with current thought in 3 particulars. 11. Show that educational truth is a common possession. 12. What are the characteristics of a child who is being adequately educated? 13. What, roughly speaking, is expressed in the word person? 14. Show how a person is like Wordsworth's cloud. 15. Describe inadequate doctrine of education. 16. Show how it is in touch with the three great ideas which are now moving in men's minds. 17. What would you say of personal influence in education? 18. What is implied in saying, education is the science of relations? 19. Why must teaching not be obtrusive? 20. What attitude on the teacher's part arises from the recognition of a child as a person? Chapter 7. Inadequate Theory of Education. 1. Give, roughly, a definition of a human being. 2. What would you say of his capacities? 3. What of his limitations? 4. What are the two functions of a human being under education? 5. Upon what physical process does education depend? 6. What do we know, or guess, of the behavior of ideas? 7. What appears to be the law of the generation of ideas? 8. Why do different ideas appeal to different minds? Illustrate by a figure. 9. Have we any reason for believing that an idea is able to make an impression upon matter? 10. Mention some of the reflex actions by which we respond to an idea which strikes us. 11. How does spirit correspond with spirit, human or divine? 12. Is a child born equipped with ideas? 13. What is the field open to the educationalist? 14. What may we learn from the fairly well-accredited story of the Child of Nuremberg? 15. What does nature, unassisted, do for a child? 16. Show that the normal child has every power that will serve him. 17. In how far does the fullness of living depend on the establishment of relations? 18. Show that in our common way of treating science, for example, we maim a natural affinity. 19. Why should a child be taught to recognize the natural things about him? 20. How may he be helped to appreciate beauty? 21. Why should he begin with a first-hand knowledge of science? 22. Show that appreciation and exact knowledge each has its season. Chapter 8. Certain relations proper to a child. 1. How long would you give a child to initiate the range of relationships proper to him? 2. What dynamic relations should we have? 3. What power over material? 4. Show that he should have intimacy with animals. 5. What range of studies belong to the human relationships? 6. Give example of the awakening idea and its outcome. 7. Show that intelligence is limited by interests. 8. What should be the effect if children were fully realized as persons? 9. What effect has the psychology of the hour had upon the sense of duty? 10. Show that children used to get a fairly sound ethical training. 11. What is the case now? 12. Show that my duty towards my neighbor is the only sound basis for moral relations. 13. Does the sense of what is due from us come by nature? 14. Why should a child be taught something of self-management? 15. Why should children have intimacy with persons of all classes? 16. How may their fitness as citizens be promoted? 17. What are the 3 great groups of relations a child has to establish? 18. Which is the most important of these? 19. Show that religious sentiments or emotions do not fulfill duty towards God. 20. Distinguish between sentiment and duty. Chapter 9. A Great Educationalist. 1. Illustrate the fact that Urbatian thought has more influence than any other on the continent. 2. Show that we, like Herbart, discard the faculties. 3. What does Herbart say of the pervasiveness of dominant ideas? 4. In what ways do we, too, recognize the influence of the zeitgeist? 5. How does Herbart enumerate the child's schoolmasters? 6. Show that we are one with him in realizing the place of the family. 7. What does Herbart say of the child in the family? 8. Show that we, too, hold that all education springs from and rests upon our relation to Almighty God. 9. Why should we not divide education into religious and secular? 10. What doctrine of the medieval church do we hold with regard to secular subjects? 11. Upon what, according to Herbart, does the welfare, civilization, and culture of a people depend? 12. Discuss the vast uncertainty that exists as to the purpose of education. 13. Shall we follow Rousseau, Basedow, Locke, Pestalozzi, Froebel in our attempts to fix the purpose of education? 14. Show, according to Dr. Rain, why not in each case? 15. Show that Herbart's theory is ethical, as is ours. 16. Quote this author on the obscurity of psychology. 17. But we have 2 luminous principles. What are they? 18. What is probably the root defect of the educational philosophy of this great thinker? Chapter 10. Some unconsidered aspects of physical training. 1. Why does not our physical culture tend to make heroes? 2. What is the end of physical culture? 3. Show that this implies the idea of vocation. 4. What principle should check excess, whether in labor or pleasure? 5. Should parents bring up their children with rigor? Why not? 6. Write a short theme on each of the points suggested for consideration. 7. Show how large a part habit plays in physical training. 8. Prove that self-restraint is a habit. 9. Show the evil of the excessive exercises that lead to after-indulgence. 10. How may self-control in emergencies become a trained habit? 11. What have you to say of the physical signs of mental states? 12. Show that discipline must become self-discipline. 13. What is the part of parents in the holidays as regards to school discipline? 14. How do local habits point to the necessity for self-discipline even in a young child? 15. Show how alertness must be trained as a physical habit. 16. That quick perception is less a gift than a habit. 17. Write short themes on each of the subjects here suggested for consideration. 18. Show the value of inspiring ideas in initiating habits. 19. How could you use the idea of fortitude in education? 20. Of service. 21. Of courage. 22. Of prudence as concerned with the duty of health. 23. What is the highest impulse towards chastity we can have? 24. Write short themes on the subjects suggested. Chapter 11. Some unconsidered aspects of intellectual training. 1. Show that we are somewhat law-abiding in matters physical and moral. 2. That we are not so in matters intellectual. 3. What are the 3 ultimate facts which are not open to question? 4. Show that one or other of the 3 is always matter of debate. 5. What 3 fixed points of thought do we attain when we realize that God is, self is, and the world is? 6. Why is it necessary to recognize the limitations of reason? 7. Describe the involuntary action of reason. 8. Show, by examples, A. What the function of reason is, and B. What the function of reason is not. 9. Show, by examples, that wars, persecutions, and family feuds are due to the notion that what reason demonstrates is right and true. 10. Why should a child be taught the limitations of his own reason? 11. What mistake is commonly made regarding intellect and knowledge? 12. Show that the world is educated by knowledge given in repasts. 13. How would you characterize our own era as regards to the knowledge given to us? 14. How did the medieval church recognize the divine origin of knowledge? 15. Why is nothing so practical as a great idea? 16. Show the importance of forming intellectual habits. 17. Show that we trust blindly to the disciplinary studies for the formation of such habits. 18. Name and describe half a dozen intellectual habits in which a child should be trained. 19. Show that progress in the intellectual, as in the Christian life, depends upon meditation. 20. Show that a child must have daily sustenance of living ideas. How do we err in this respect? 21. Make some remarks upon the literature proper for children. 22. Illustrate the fact that the intellectual development of children is independent. 23. By what law do children appropriate nourishing ideas? 24. What, then, is the part of parents and teachers? 25. What failing on the part of parents is often fatal to intellectual growth? 26. Write a few remarks on each of the subjects suggested in connection with the intellectual life of children. 27. What was the educational aim of Plato? End of Appendix 1, Chapters 1 through 11. Recording by Josh Broussard. Appendix 1, Continued, of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Broussard. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte Mason. Appendix 1, Continued. Questions for the Use of Readers. Chapters 12 through 22. Chapter 12. Some Unconsidered Aspects of Moral Training. 1. What are the 3 principles which underlie the educational thought proposed in these volumes? 2. What principle is universally acknowledged as the basis of moral teaching? 3. How does authority work? 4. A man can but act up to his lights. Discuss this fallacy. 5. Define the limits of authority. 6. What is the consequence of arbitrary action? 7. What old contention as to the sanctions of morality is exercising men now? 8. Show that Socrates had to contend with the popular doctrine of today in other forms. 9. What is the necessary issue of this teaching? 10. How should children be taught that duty can exist only as that which we owe to God? 11. Show that morals do not come by nature. 12. That a certain rough and ready morality does come by hereditary and environment. 13. How do we get an educated conscience? 14. Show that children are born neither moral nor immoral. 15. Show the danger of spasmodic moral efforts. 16. Where shall we look for the basis of our moral teaching? 17. What do we owe to the poets in this regard? 18. How did the medieval church provide moral object lessons? 19. Illustrate our failure in this respect. 20. Why should children have the inspiration of high ideals? 21. Show the value of biography in this connection. 22. Name any virtues with which the poets inspire us. 23. Make a suggestion with regard to the culling of mottos. 24. How may parents and teachers help children to the habit of sweet thoughts? 25. Enumerate and discuss some of the virtues which children should be trained to develop. 26. Distinguish between being good and loving God. Chapter 13. Some Unconsidered Aspects of Religious Education. 1. Show how the principle of authority bears on religious teaching. 2. In what ideas do the children of our day need especially to be brought up? 3. How do certain questions in the air militate against the sense of authority? 4. In what respects does authority work like a good and just national government? 5. Discuss authority in connection with punishment. 6. Discuss each of the various themes suggested in connection with the subject of authority in the religious life. 7. Show that lines of habit are as important for the religious as for the physical, moral, and intellectual life. 8. How would you endeavor to keep a child in the habit of the thought of God? 9. Discuss the question of reverent attitudes. 10. How would you use because of the angels in this connection? 11. Show the importance of regularity in time and place in children's prayers. 12. Why should not their evening prayers be left till bedtime? 13. What is to be said of little textbooks? 14. Show the danger of losing the narrative teaching of the Scriptures. 15. Why should not children be encouraged in long readings or long prayers? 16. How should the habit of praise be fostered? 17. Show the value of the habit of Sunday keeping and describe a child's Sunday. 18. Write your reflections on each of the themes suggested in connection with the habits of the religious life. 19. Show the importance of selecting the inspiring ideas we propose to give children in the things of the divine life. 20. What other point demands our care? 21. What vitalizing idea is of first importance in the teaching of children? 22. How should children be taught that the essence of Christianity is devotion to a person? 23. Why is it necessary to teach children that there is a Savior of the world? 24. What teaching would you give them about the work of the Holy Spirit? Chapter 14. A Master Thought. 1. What is the motto of the Parents' Union? 2. Show that this motto is a master thought. 3. Why is education is an atmosphere the clause of the motto that pleases us most? 4. What is the result if this part be taken for the whole? 5. What defect in education leads to ennui and the desire to be amused by shows? 6. What is the unconscious formula of the 18th century? 7. What is the result of this one-sided view of education? 8. Show that the idea of the development of the faculties also rests upon a one-sided notion. 9. What is the tendency of an education grounded upon the development of faculties? 10. Should it be our aim to produce specialists? Why not? 11. Show what manner of education results in a sound and well-balanced mind. 12. Show that the medieval church understood, better than we, that education is a life. 13. Sketch the scheme of educational philosophy to be found on the walls of the Spanish chapel of St. Maria Novella. 14. Show how this educational creed unifies life. 15. What does Coleridge say of the origin of great ideas of nature? 16. What does Michelangelo write to his friend of the need for a diet of great ideas? 17. What is the special teaching vouchsafed to men today? 18. What views are people apt to take with regard to this teaching? 19. What does Huxley say about ideas in science? 20. How does the teaching of Simone Memmi and Coleridge relieve us from anxiety and make clear our perplexities? 21. How does Coleridge describe botany as that science existed in his day? 22. What has evolution, the key word of our age, done for this and other perplexities? 23. But what has been the object of pursuit among philosophers for 3,000 years? 24. How did Heraclitus attempt to solve the problem? 25. How did Democritus? 26. Show that some knowledge of history and philosophy should give us pause in using the key of evolution. 27. Show that personality remains and is not resolvable by this key. 28. Why is it necessary for parents and teachers to consider their attitude towards this question? 29. What are the 4 attitudes which it is possible to take up? 30. What gains will children derive if their teachers adopt the last mentioned of these? 31. What 2 things are incumbent upon us with regards to the great ideas by which the world is being taught? 32. Show the danger of making too personal a matter of education. 33. If education is a world business, show that we must have a guiding idea about it. 34. What ideas should regulate the curriculum of a boy or girl under 14? 35. Show the importance of good books and many books for the use of children. 36. Why may we not choose or reject certain subjects arbitrarily? Chapter 15. School books and how they make for education. 1. What ideas do we get from the incident quoted from The Neighbors? 2. What manner of books sustains the life of thought? 3. What have you to say of the school books of the publishers? 4. Why do intelligent teachers fall back upon oral lessons? 5. Mention some of the disadvantages of these. 6. What questions should we ask about a youth who has finished his education? 7. Wherein lies the error of our educational system? 8. Show that we undervalue children and therefore educate them amiss. 9. What was the note of home life in the last generation? 10. How would you describe children as they are? 11. Show that our great work is to give them vitalizing ideas. Chapter 16. How to use school books. 1. What question must we ask concerning a subject of instruction? 2. What do you understand by disciplinary subjects? 3. What danger attends the blind use of these? 4. What idea should prove an open sesame to many vitalizing studies? 5. Illustrate the fact that the Bible is a great source of moral impressions. 6. What impressions were made on De Quincey by his nursery Bible readings? 7. In what ways did the liturgy appeal to him? 8. Why should a child dig for his own knowledge? 9. What are the uses of the oral lesson and the lecture? 10. Why should children use living books for themselves? 11. What is the mark of a fit book? 12. How shall we know if children enjoy a book? 13. What should the teacher do towards the teaching given by the book? 14. In what ways must children labor over their books? 15. What is the simplest way of dealing with a paragraph or chapter? 16. Why should preparation consist of a single careful reading? 17. Mention some other ways of using books. 18. What mechanical devices might children use in their studies? 19. What does the teacher do towards the preparation of a lesson? 20. What is the danger of too many disciplinary devices? 21. Why are we in some danger of neglecting books? Chapter 17. Education is the science of relations. We are educated by our intimacies. 1. What are our 3 educational instruments, and why are we confined to these? 2. Why may we not encroach upon the personality of children? 3. In what ways may we temper life too much for children? 4. What example of fairy lore serving as a screen and shelter does Wordsworth give us in The Prelude? 5. What have you to say of the spontaneous living of children? 6. On what does fullness of living depend? 7. Distinguish between the relation of ideas to ideas and the relation of persons to the ideas proper for them. 8. Show that the object of education is not to make something of the child, but to put the child in touch with all that concerns him. 9. Describe the self-education of an infant. What does Wordsworth tell us on this point? 10. What is our part in his education? 11. What is our common error? What are its results? 12. Distinguish between business and desire. 13. What attempts were made to teach Ruskin to ride, and what does he think of those attempts? 14. What indictment does he bring against the limitations of his condition? 15. Why should those parents, especially who are villa dwellers, learn much from Praeterita? 16. Enumerate Wordsworth's opportunities for forming dynamic relations. 17. Show that these came naturally in the course of things. Chapter 18. We are educated by our intimacies. Part 2. Further affinities. 1. What chances had Ruskin to learn the use of material? 2. What do we hear of the intimacy of either boy with natural objects? 3. Describe Ruskin's flower studies. 4. His pebble studies. 5. Show that these became a life-shaping intimacy. 6. Upon what books did Ruskin grow up? 7. What is the first mention we get of his insatiate delight in a book? 8. What qualities in Byron delighted him? 9. Describe Wordsworth's delight in the Arabian Nights. 10. What is Wordsworth's plea for romance in education? 11. What does he say in favor of liberty to range among books? 12. Describe his first enthrallment by poetry. 13. Show that Ruskin's historic sense appears to be always connected with places. 14. How does he betray some want of living touch with the past? 15. Show that Wordsworth, too, was aloof. 16. Show that knowledge learned in schools laid little hold of either boy. 17. Compare the experiences of the two boys with regard to chances of comradeship. Chapter 19. We are educated by our intimacies. Part 3. Vocation. 1. Describe Turner's call to Ruskin. 2. What does Ruskin consider his first sincere drawing? 3. What account does he give of his true initiation? 4. What is the first hint we get of nature as a passion? 5. How does Wordsworth trace the beginnings of this passion? 6. Describe the calling of the poet. 7. How does Wordsworth describe the education of the little prig of his day? 8. Show that the child prig is the child who is the end and aim of his own education. 9. Mention a few of the directions in which these children have affinities. 10. Show from the example of Waverley the danger of a desultory education. 11. How does Mr. Ruskin express that the child is the father to the man? 12. Show that strenuous effort and reverence are conditions of education. 13. Show that comradeship has its duties. 14. Why should children have a steady, unruffled course of work? 15. Describe from Brother Lawrence one way in which the highest relationship may be initiated. 16. What does Browning say about this relation? Chapter 20. Suggestions towards a curriculum. 1. Give a short summary of the preceding chapters. 2. Comment upon the educational methods of the day. 3. What 2 conditions are necessary to any sound reform? 4. Why do many boys and girls leave school intellectually devitalized? 5. How does Mr. Benson characterize the aims of masters of public schools? 6. How may we characterize the minds of children? 7. Show the practical working of this view. 8. Distinguish between knowledge and information. 9. In what ways will the child show power in dealing with knowledge? 10. To what do stereotyped phrases and mangled notes in children's work point? 11. Work out an analogy between knowledge and food. 12. Why may we call Mark hunger a debauchery of the mind? 13. Why should not epitomes and compilations be allowed for children's use? 14. What are the advantages of working through a considerable book? Chapter 21. Suggestions towards a curriculum. Part 2. School books. 1. Who must, in the end, decide upon the right school books? 2. What are the relative places of lecture and book? 3. Show the danger of elaborate appliances. 4. Upon what principle should studies be coordinated? 5. What results of education should we look for in a young person leaving school? 6. Show that the worth of education by things is now fully recognized. 7. What habit should we look for as a chief acquirement of school life? 8. Give a rough classification of the subjects in which knowledge is due to children. 9. Show the importance of the Bible as a means of education. 10. What knowledge of history should boys and girls of 12 to 14 have? 11. What mistake is commonly made in teaching this subject? 12. What knowledge of languages should they have? 13. What should we aim at in the early teachings of science? 14. What least amount of time in the open is a sine qua non of living education? 15. What is the use of books in nature teaching? 16. Name a few useful books. 17. What do you understand by picture talks? Chapter 23. Suggestions towards a curriculum. Part 3. The love of knowledge. 1. Why does the use of books make for short hours? 2. What is the evil of a utilitarian education? 3. Distinguish between relations and interests. 4. Show that the tendency of present-day education is to depreciate knowledge. 5. Enumerate some causes of the failure of our efforts at intellectual education. 6. Show the danger which besets teachers of pursuing intellectual futilities. 7. By what test may we distinguish a fad from an educational method? 8. Our end is to produce an educated child. How is he to be recognized? 9. Children delight in school for many reasons. Which of these is the only abiding motive? 10. What change in our educational methods should secure the children's educational Magna Carta? End of Appendix 1, Part 2. Recording by Josh Broussard.
Appendix 2 of Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alma Zaki. Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte Mason. Appendix 2, Examination Work Examples from Parents Review School. The Parents Review School, an output of the Parents' Union, was in the first place designed to bring home schools, taught by governesses, up to the standard of other schools. A training college for governesses, with practicing school, etc., was established later. Children may not enter the school under 6 because we think the first 6 years of life are wanted for physical growth and the self-education which children carry on with little ordered aid. The Parents' Review School is conducted by means of programs of work in 5 classes, sent out term by term to each of the home schools and to some other schools, and the same programs are used in the practicing school. Examination papers are set at the end of each term. The work is arranged on the principles which have been set forth in this volume: a wide curriculum, a considerable number of books for each child in the several classes, and, besides, a couple of hours' work daily, not with books, but with things. Many of the pupils in the school have absorbed, in a way, the culture of their parents, but the children of uncultured parents take with equal readiness and comparable results to this sort of work, which is, I think, fitted not only for the clever, but for the average and even the dull child. Class 1A. The child of 6 goes into Class 1A. He works for 2.5 hours a day, but half an hour of this time is spent in drill and games. Including drill, he has 13 subjects of study, for which about 16 books are used. He recites hymns, poems, and Bible verses, works from Messrs. Sonnenschein and Nesbitt's ABC Arithmetic, sings French and English songs, begins Mrs. Kerwin's Child Pianists, learns to write and to print, learns to read, learns French orally, does brush drawing and various handicrafts. All these things are done with joy, but cannot be illustrated here. Bible lessons read from the Bible, tales, natural history, and geography are taught from appointed books, helped by the child's own observation. Our plan in each of these subjects is to read him the passage for the lesson, a good long passage, talk about it a little, avoiding much explanation, and then let him narrate what has been read. This he does very well and with pleasure, and is often happy in catching the style as well as the words of the author. Certain pages, say 40 or 50, from each of the children's books are appointed for a term's reading. At the end of the term, an examination paper is sent out containing 1 or 2 questions on each book. Here are a few of the answers. The children in the first 2 classes narrate their answers, which someone writes from their dictation. Question: Tell the story of Naaman. Child A, age 6 3/4. Naaman had something the matter with him, and his master sent a letter to the king of Israel, and the king was very unhappy and did not know what to do because he thought that he wanted to come and fight against him, and he rent his clothes. And he said, "I can't cure him." So he sent him to Elisha, and he told him to take a lot of presents and a lot of things with him. And when Naaman came to Elisha's door, Elisha sent Gehazi to tell him to dip himself 7 times in the waters of Jordan. And he said to himself, I surely thought he would have come out. And I thought a lot of people would come out and make a fuss. And he went back in a rage. And his servant said to him, Why didn't you go? And he said, My rivers are much the best. So his servant said, If he had asked you to do some great thing, wouldst thou have done it? So he went and dipped himself 7 times in the water, and when he came out he was quite all right again. And when he was coming home they saw Gehazi coming. So Naaman told them to stop the horses, and so they stopped. And Gehazi said, There are some people come to see me. Please give me some money and some cloaks. And they were very heavy, so Naaman sent some of his men to carry them. And when he came near the house, he said to his servants, You can go now. Elisha said, Because you have done this, you shall have the leprosy that Naaman had. Question. Tell a fairy story. Child B, age 6 3/4. When Ulysses was coming back from Troy, he passed the Sirens. He could hear them, but he couldn't get to them because he was bound. He wanted to get to them so as he could listen to them a long time, because a lot of people had come and listened to them, and they found it so beautiful that they wanted to stay there, and they stayed till they died. His companions couldn't hear them because they stopped up their ears with wax and cotton wool. And this was the song they sang. Hither, come hither, and hearken awhile, Odysseus, far-famed king. No sailor has ever passed this way, but has paused to hear us sing. Our song is sweeter than honey, and he that hears it knows what he never learnt from another, and his joy before he goes. We know what the heroes bore at Troy in the 10 long years of strife. We know what happened in all the world, and the secret things of life. And then they rode on, till at last the song faded away, and they rode on and on for a long time, and then, when they could not hear them nor see them, the wax was taken out of their ears, and then they unbound Ulysses. Question. What have you noticed yourself about a spider? Child C, age 7 3/4. We have found out the name of one spider, and often have seen spiders under the microscope. They were all very hairy. We have often noticed a lot of spiders running about the ground, quantities. Last term we saw a spider's web up in the corner of the window with a spider sucking out the juice of a fly. And we have often touched a web to try and make the spider come out, and we never could, because she saw it wasn't a fly before she came out. I saw the claw of a spider under the microscope with its little teeth. We saw her spinnerets and her great eyes. There were the 2 big eyes in one row, 4 little ones in the next row, and 2 little ones in the next row. We have often found eggs of the spiders. We have some now that we have got in a little box, and we want to hatch them out, so we have put them on the mantelpiece to force them. Once we saw a spider on a leaf, and we tried to catch it, but we couldn't. He immediately let himself down onto the ground with a thread. We saw the circulation in the leg of another spider under the microscope. It looked like a little line going up and down. Question. Gather 3 sorts of tree leaf buds and 2 sorts of catkin, and tell all you can about them. Child D, age 6. 1. The chestnut bud is brown and sticky. It is a sort of cotton woolly with the leaves inside. It splits open and sends out 2 leaves, and the leaves split open. 2. The oak twig has always a lot of buds on the top, and one bud always dies. Where the bud starts there is a little bit of knotwood. The oak bud is very tiny. 3. The lime bud has a green side and a red side, and then it bursts open and several little leaves come out, and all the little things that shut up the leaves die away. 4. Golden catkins and silver pussy palms of a willow tree. The golden catkins have stamens with all the pollen on them. They grow upwards, and 2 never grow opposite to each other. The silver pussy palms have seed boxes with a little tube growing out and a little sticky knob on the top. The bees rub the pollen off their backs onto the sticky knob. Question. Tell about the Northwest Passage from the World at Home. Child E, aged 7. People in England are very fond of finding things out, and they wanted to find out the Northwest Passage. If people wanted to go to the Pacific Ocean, they had to go around Africa by the Cape of Good Hope, or else round South America by Cape Horn. This was a very long way. They thought they might find out a shorter way by going along the north coast by America, and they would come out in the Pacific Ocean. They would call this way the Northwest Passage. First one man and then another tried to find a way. They found a lot of straits and bays which they called after themselves. The enemy they met which made them turn back was the cold. It was in the frozen zone, and the sea was all ice. And the ice lumps were as big as mountains, and when they came against a ship they crashed it to pieces. Once a man named Captain Franklin tried over and over again to find the Northwest Passage, and once he went and never came back again, for he got stuck fast in the ice, and the ice did not break, and he had not much food with him, and what he had was soon eaten up, and he could not get any more, for all the animals in that country had gone away, for it was winter, and he could not wait for the summer when they would return. A ship went out from England called the Foxx to look for him, but all they found was a boat, a Bible, a watch, and a pair of slippers near each other. After looking a lot they found the Northwest Passage, but because there is so much ice there, the ships can't use it. Class 1B. In Class 1B, the children are usually between 7 and 8, but may be 9. They have 15 subjects, perhaps 23 books. The subjects which do not lend themselves to illustration are a continuation of the work in Class 1A. But by this time the children can usually read, and read for themselves some, at any rate, of their books for history, geography, and tales. In Class 1B the children narrate their lessons as in 1A, and also their answers to the examination questions. They appear to enjoy doing this. Indeed, the examinations which come at the end of each term are a pleasure. The only difficulty is that small children want to go on telling. Their words are taken down literally. One is struck by the correctness and copiousness of the language used. But young children delight in words, and often surprise their elders by their free and correct use of dictionary words. One notices the verve with which the children tell the tale, the orderly sequence of events, the correctness and fullness of detail, the accuracy of names. These things are natural to children until they are schooled out of them. Question. Tell all you know about St. Patrick. Old Tales from British History. Child A, age 7. St. Patrick was the son of a Scotch farming clergyman, and one day some Irish pirates came and took Patrick with them to make him a slave. And they sold him to an Irish nobleman. And the Irish nobleman made him a shepherd to take care of his flocks. And shepherds have a lot of time to think when they are out guarding their flocks by night. And Patrick was very sorry that the poor Irish were heathens. One day he slipped off and got into a boat with some sailors, and after a great adventure, for their food ran short, they arrived safely in Scotland. And Patrick was still thinking about the Irish, so he went off in a boat of his own with a few followers to Ireland. A shepherd saw them coming and told his master the pirates were coming. So he armed his servants and went down to meet the pirates. But when he heard the errand they were on, he offered them to come into his house. Now Patrick settled in Ireland, but some heathen priests rose up against him, and a wise man said, "What is the good of killing him? Other Irish people are now Christians, and they will teach too." So he saved his life. And Patrick gave him the book of Psalms written by his own hand. One day Patrick asked a rich man if he might have a little plot of land on the top of a hill, but the rich man refused him, but gave him a little plot of land at the bottom of the hill. And there Patrick built a church and a house for himself and servants to live in. Then the rich man got ill and was just about to die, but got better. But as he thought Patrick was like a wizard who could foretell his fortune, he thought he'd better try to please him. So he sent him a brass cauldron, enough to hold one whole sheep, and Patrick said, "I thank you, master." The rich man was angry and sent for the cauldron back again, and Patrick said, "I thank you, master." So the rich man was ashamed and brought back the cauldron, and said he could have the little plot of land on the top of the hill. So they went up to measure it. Then a roe deer dashed out of the thicket, but left her fawn behind her, and the men were going to kill the fawn, but Patrick took it up and carried it down the hill. The mother followed, for she saw he was doing no harm to it. On that place he built a fine church, which is still standing. And Patrick died on a journey, and was buried at a place called Downpatrick after him. Question. Tell what you know about Alfred Tennyson. Mrs. Frewen Lord's Tales from Westminster Abbey. Child B, age 7½. Alfred Tennyson was born in 1809, and he loved the country very much. One Sunday, when they were going out to chapel, except Lord Tennyson, as he was very young, his brother Charles gave him his slate to write about birds and flowers, and when they came back he had filled his slate with his first poem. He and his brother used to make up stories that sometimes lasted a month. He was very short-sighted, and when he was looking at anything it looked as if he were smelling it. He had good ears, for he could hear the shriek of a bat. Alfred Tennyson wrote The Revenge and the Siege of Lucknow and Sir John Franklin's poem. Not here the white north hath thy bones, and thou, heroic sailor soul, art passing on thy happier voyage now, toward no earthly pole. And he also wrote the May Queen and Cradle Song. Because his poetry was so good, the Queen gave him a name and knighted him. He says that if you tread on a daisy, it will turn up and get red. He was 83 years old when he died. The year he died in was 1892. He was buried in Westminster Abbey in Poets' Corner. Question. What is a hero? What heroes have you heard of? Tell about one. Child C, age 7. 1. A hero is a brave man. 2. Count Roland, Huon at Bordeaux, the Horatii and Curatii. 3. Once there was a brave emperor called Charlemagne, and he was fighting with the heathen king of Saragossa. Just a wee bit of land was left to the heathen king, so he sent a messenger to speak about peace. They pretended that they would have peace, so they went back to Charlemagne and asked him to leave Roland behind to take charge of the mountain passes. So Charlemagne said that he would leave Roland behind because there was none so brave as him, so that when Charlemagne had turned his army they should come in great numbers to fight against Roland. And Roland stayed behind with 20,000 men. And Oliver heard a great noise by the side of Spain, and then Oliver climbed on a pine tree, and he saw the arms glimmering and the spears shining. And then he said to Roland that there were a full 100,000, and that they just had so few, and that it was much better to sound his horn, and Charlemagne will turn his army. Roland said he would be mad if he did that. Oliver said again to sound his horn, and Roland said he would lose his fame in France if he did. Then Oliver said again, Friend Roland, sound thy horn, and Charles will hear it and turn his army. Then all the mountain passes were full of the enemies, and when they came nearer they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and at last the Christians were falling too, and when there were only 60 left he blew his horn. Charlemagne heard it and said he must go, and Ganelon said he was just pretending, but then Charlemagne heard it fainter, and knew that it was true that he must go, and then fainter again. But Charlemagne was nearer and so heard it better. And Roland said, Ride as fast as you can, for many men have been killed, and there are few left. Then Charlemagne bade his men sound their horns, so that they knew that help was near, and then the heathen fled away. There were just the 2 left, Roland and the archbishop. And Roland said to the archbishop that he would try to fetch the dead bodies of the braver soldiers. Then the archbishop said to Roland, Quick, before I die. Then Roland went and brought them before the archbishop, and laid them down there. Then he went and searched the field again, and under a pine tree he found Oliver's body. Then he brought it too and laid it in front of the archbishop. Then Roland fainted to the ground. Then the archbishop tried to bring some water for Roland, and he fell down and died. Then Roland put the hands over the chest of the archbishop, and he prayed to God to give him a place in paradise, and then he said that the field was his. Before he died, he put his sword and his ivory horn under him, and laid himself down on the ground, so that Charlemagne, when he came, would know that he was the conqueror. And God sent St. Michael and another saint to fetch his soul up to heaven. Question. Gather 3 sorts of tree leaf bud and 2 sorts of catkin, and tell all you can about them. Child E, a cottage child aged 9. It has rather a woody stalk, and it is a very light gray browny stalk, and it is very thin, and the little branches that grow out are light brown, and it is thicker where the buds are, and it is a lighter brown up at the top than it is at the bottom, and the buds are a light reddy brown and very pointed, and they are scaly. The bark is rather rough, and there is a lot of little kind of brown spots on it. Lime twig. It is called ruby-budded lime because the buds are red, and they are fat rather, and they have got some green in as well, and they come rather to a point at the top. They grow alternately, and the little stalk that they grow out of is reddy green, and the top part of the stalk is green, and it is woody, and it is rough, and it is a reddy green at the bottom. Where the buds come out, it is swelled out. The bark has come off, and it has left it white and woody. At the top of one of the stalks the bud has come off. Sycamore twig. Well, the back is very woody, and it is a brown stalk, and it is rough, and there is a little weeny bud growing out of the side, and the buds grow out 2 and 2, and there are a lot of little buds. Willow. Well, the stalk is a dark brown, and it is very smooth, and it will bend very easily, and the buds when they first come on the stalk are little brown ones, and then a silvery green comes out, and there is a scale at the bottom, and then they get grayer and bigger with little green leaves at the bottom, and then it comes yellow, and there is a lot of pollen on it. If you touch it, the pollen comes on your finger. Hazel. Well, the stalk is a dark brown, something the color of the willow, and it bends easily, and the buds are green, and there is little scales, and then the catkins come, and they grow very long, and there is a lot of little flowers in one, and there is pollen in that, and the stalk is rather rough, and there are some big buds at the top just bursting, and the leaves are coming out, and the buds are very soft and glossy, and the scales are at the bottom. Question. What have you noticed about a thrush? Tell all you know about it. Child F, aged 8. Thrushes are brownie birds. They eat snails, and they take the snail in their mouths and knock it against a stone to break the shell and eat the snail. I found a stone with a lot of bits of shell round it, so knew that a thrush had been there. Where we used to live, a thrush used to sing every morning on the same tree. The song of the thrush is like a nightingale. We often see a lot of thrushes on the lawn before breakfast or after a shower. They have yellow beaks, and their breasts are specked with lovely yellow and brown. Once we found a thrush asleep on a sponge in a bedroom, and we carried it out and put it on a tree. Thrushes eat worms as well as snails, and on the lawn they listen with their heads on one side and go along as the worm gets under the ground, and presently, perhaps, the worm comes up and they gobble it up, or they put their beaks in and get it. Thrushes build their nests with sticks at the bottom and line them with little bits of wool they pick up, or feathers, and they like to get down very much. End of Appendix II, Class 1A and 1B.
Appendix II of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason. Appendix 2. Some specimens of examination work done in a school which the pupils are educated upon books and things. Class 2. In Class 2, the children are between 9 and 12, occasionally over 12. They have 21 subjects, and about 25 books are used. They work from 9 to 12 each day, with half an hour's interval for games and drill. Some Latin and German, optional, are added to the curriculum. In music, we continue Mrs. Kerwin's Child Pianist, Method, and Tonic Solfa, and learn French, German, optional, and English songs. But I cannot here give details of our work, and must confine myself to illustrations from 7 of the subjects on the program. Children in Class 2 write or dictate, or write a part and dictate a part of their examination answers according to their age. The examination lasts a week, and to write the whole of their work would be fatiguing at this stage. The plan followed is that the examination in each subject shall be done in the time for the subject on the timetable. I should like to say a word about the Greek and Roman history. Plutarch's Lives are read in classes 2 and 3, and as the children are usually 5 years in these 2 classes, they may read some 15 of these lives, which I think stand alone in literature as teaching that a man is part of the state, that his business is to be of service to the state, but that the value of his service depends upon his personal character. The lives are read to the children almost without comment, but with necessary omissions. Proper names are written on the blackboard, and at the end, children narrate the substance of the lesson. The English history book, used in classes 2 and 3, is extremely popular. It is Mr. Arnold Forster's of about 800 pages, and is well known as a serious, manly, and statesmanlike treatment of English history. In no case is there any writing down to the children. Mrs. Crichton's First History of France is also a favorite, though I should have thought there was hardly enough detail to make it so. Contemporary periods of English and French history are studied term by term. For natural history, Miss Arabella Buckley's Fairyland of Science and Life and Her Children, Mrs. Brightwin's books, etc., give scientific information and excite intelligent curiosity, while out-of-door nature study lays the foundation for science. The handiworks of Class 2 are such as cardboard sloyd, clay modeling, needlework, gardening, etc. These, field work, piano practice, etc., are done in the afternoons or after tea. Question. Quote, Pericles, thou that have need of a lamp, take care to supply it with oil. End quote. Who said this? Tell the story. Parentheses, book studied, Plutarch's Lives, Pericles, end parentheses. D, aged 11½ answer dictated. Anaxagoras, the philosopher, said these words to Pericles. Pericles was the ruler of Athens, and Anaxagoras had taught him when a boy. Being ruler of Athens, he led a very busy life, attending to the affairs of state, and so was not able to give much time to his household affairs. Once a year he collected his money, and could only manage his income by giving out an allowance to each member of his family and household every day. This was done by Evangelus, his steward. Anaxagoras thought this a very wrong way of arranging matters, and said that Pericles paid too much heed to bodily affairs, because he thought you ought to mind only about philosophy and spiritual doings, and not about the affairs of the world. To give an example to Pericles, he gave up all his household and tried to live entirely on philosophy. But soon he found his mistake when he found himself starving and penniless with no house. So he covered his head up and prepared to die. Pericles, hearing of this, went immediately to his rescue and begged him to live, not because he thought death a misfortune, but that he said, quote, "What shall I do without your help in the affairs of state?" End quote. And then Anaxagoras uttered the words which are above, meaning, of course, parentheses, though putting it in a very clever way, in parentheses, that Pericles was to keep him. On the other hand, he might have meant that he had been mistaken in his philosophy. Question. Tell the history of F.D. on a penny. Parentheses, book studied, Arnold Forster's History of England. End parentheses. C. Aged 10. Answer written by child. The letters FD stand for the Latin words Fide Defensor, meaning the defender of the faith. Henry VIII had a little while ago written a book on the Pope, who was Clement VII, saying that the Pope was the true head of the Church, and everyone ought to obey him. The Pope was so pleased that he made Henry Fide Defensor. It must be remembered that the king had married his brother Arthur's widow, a Spanish princess, namely Catherine of Aragon, and as they had no son, Henry wished to divorce her, but the Pope would not allow him to, as he had given Henry special leave to marry her. At this Henry was furious, and began to think about the Pope's words, defender of the faith. He would not act as he thought till someone suggested it. So 2 men named Cromwell and Cranmer came forward, telling the king to take the Pope's words, not as he meant them, but as they really were, as they stood. The king was delighted, and made Cranmer a bishop and Cromwell his wisest counselor. In 1534, Parliament was called upon to declare Henry head of the Church. All said he was, except 2 men, Sir Thomas More and Fisher, Bishop of Rochester. These would not agree, and were executed in 1535. If we look on a penny, we see the letters FD, which shows from the reign of Henry VIII till now, the Pope has not been allowed to interfere with England. In order to spite the Pope, Henry allowed the Lutherans and learned men to come into England. Question. What did you see in the Seagull sailing up the Firth of Forth? Parentheses. Book studied. Geographical Reader, Book 2, end parentheses. G. age 9, answer dictated. And sailing up the Forth, we first of all see Leith, which is the seaport town of Edinburgh. Then we come to Edinburgh. The old and new Edinburghs are built on opposite hills. The valley in between is laid out in lovely gardens. One thing very odd about Edinburgh is that the streets look as if they are built one on top of the other. On one end of the town there is a castle which looks so like the rocks and mountains it is built upon, one can hardly distinguish it. At the other end of the town there is Holyrood, where the ancient kings used to live. We do not see many merchantmen, because there are no good harbors. There are a good many fishing smacks and pleasure boats. As we go along, we see women with big baskets with a strap across their foreheads, and they are calling out, "Collar herrings." Question. Quote, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. End quote. Of whom was this said? Tell the story of Jonathan's love. E. age 9, answer dictated. This was said of David. Saul's anger was kindled against David, and Jonathan and David were talking together, and Jonathan had been telling David that he would do anything for him. And David said, quote, tomorrow is the feast of a new moon, and Saul will expect me to sit with him at the table. Therefore say, David earnestly asked leave of me to go to Bethlehem, his city, where there is a sacrifice of his family. If Saul is angry, then I shall know that he would kill me. But if he is not angry, it will be all right. Jonathan said, so shall it be, but it will not be safe for anybody to know anything about it. Come into the field, and I will tell you what to do. Thou shalt remain hidden by the stone, and I will bring a lad and my arrows and bow, and I will shoot an arrow as if firing at a target. And if I say, run, to the lad, is not the arrow beyond thee? Go fetch it. Then thou shalt know that thou must flee from Saul. David's seat was empty at the feast that night, but Saul said nothing. But the next day his seat was empty, and when Saul asked why, Jonathan told him what David had asked him to say. And Saul's anger was kindled, so much so that Jonathan feasted not that day, for he was grieved. And the next morning he went out with his bow and arrows, and the lad, and shot an arrow as if at a mark. Then Jonathan said to the lad, run, is not the arrow beyond thee? Haste. Then Jonathan gave his artillery unto the lad, and sent him back to the city. And David came out of his hiding place, and they made a covenant together, for Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Then David had to flee to Naioth in Ramah, and Jonathan went back to the city. Question. What do you know of Richelieu? Parentheses. Book studied, Mrs. Creighton's First History of France. End parentheses. E. Age 10. Answer partly written, partly dictated. Cardinal Richelieu was brought to the French court by the Queen Mother, who thought he would do as she wished, but she was mistaken, for he no sooner was there than he turned against her, for Louis took him into his favor and made him prime minister after he had been there a few weeks. Richelieu was a devoted Catholic and was determined to put down the Huguenots, or Protestants as we call them, so he laid siege to La Rochelle, the chief town of the Huguenots, who applied to the English for help. Charles sent a fleet to La Rochelle under pretense of helping the Huguenots, but Admiral Pennington, who was in command of the ships, received orders when halfway down the channel to take in French soldiers and sailors at Calais and go to the French side. When Admiral Pennington ordered the ships to take in the soldiers, his men mutinied and he had to go back. Richelieu had thrown up earthworks across the harbor so that it was impossible to get in. Now Rochelle held out bravely, but at last it had to surrender, and out of 40,000, 140 crawled out, too weak to bury the dead in the streets. La Rochelle was razed to the ground and never recovered its prosperity. One by one the Huguenot towns surrendered, and thus the Huguenots were destroyed. When Richelieu was made prime minister, the nobles did not like him because they thought he had too much power. And now, when Louis was ill, the Queen Mother came to him and in a stormy passion of tears begged Louis to send away his ungrateful servant. Louis promised he would do so, and Richelieu's fall seemed certain. Now all the nobles crowded to the Queen Mother to pay their respects to her, as they thought she would now be the most important person in the government. But one noble, who was wiser than the rest, went to Richelieu and begged to plead his cause before the king. The king promised he would keep him if he would serve him as he had done before. The Queen Mother was foiled and returned to Brussels, where she died. Question. What towns, rivers, and castles would you see in traveling about Warwickshire? Parentheses. Book studied, Geographical Reader, Book 3. End parentheses. B. Age 9½. Answer dictated. Warwick, Kenilworth, Coventry, Stratford, Leamington, and Birmingham are all towns which you would see if you traveled through Warwick. The Avon stretches from north to south of Warwickshire. It has its tributaries, the Leam, upon which Leamington is situated. There is a castle of Warwick, and Coventry, and Kenilworth. Warwick is the capital of the county. It has a famous castle whose high and lofty towers stand upon the bank of the river Avon. Coventry is a very old town. It also has a beautiful castle, where the fair Lady Godiva and her father used to live, about whom I suppose you have read. Stratford is called the Swan on the Avon, because that is where Shakespeare, the great poet, was born and died, and this is a little piece of poetry about him. Where his first infant lays, sweet Shakespeare sung, where the last accents faltered on his tongue. The river Avon takes its rise in the Vale of Evesham, then winds through pleasant fields and meadows till it comes to the south of Warwickshire, and then it becomes broad and stately and flows on up to Coventry, where the Leam branches off from it. And then it becomes narrower and narrower until it gets out of Warwickshire and stops altogether at Naseby. Question. How many kinds of bees are there in a hive? What does each do? Tell how they build the comb. Parentheses. Book studied, Fairyland of Science. End parentheses. F. Age 10. Answer dictated. 3 kinds: the drones or males, the workers or females, and the queen bee. The drone is fat, the queen is long and thin, and the workers are small and slim. The queen bee lays the eggs. The worker bee brings the honey in and makes the cell, and the drones wait to be fed. On a summer's day you see something hanging on a tree like a plum pudding. This is a swarm of bees. You will soon see someone come up with a hive, turn it upside down, shake the bough gently, and they will fall in. They will put some clean calico quickly over the bottom of the hive and turn it back over on a bench. The bees first close up every little hole in the hive with wax. Then they hang on to the roof, clinging on to one another by their legs. Then one comes away and scrapes some wax from under its body and bites it in its mouth until it is pulled out like ribbon. This she plasters on the roof of the hive. Then she flies out to get honey and comes home to digest it, hanging from the roof, and in 24 hours this digested honey turns to wax. Then she goes through the same process again. Next, the nursing bees come and poke their heads into this wax, bite the wax away. (20 bees do this before one hole is ready to make a cell). Other bees are working on the other side at the same time. Each cell is made 6-sided, so as to take up the least wax and the smallest space. When the cells are made, the bees come in with honey in their honey bag or first stomach. They can easily pass the honey back through their mouths into the cells. It takes many bees to fill one cell, so they are hard at work. G. Age 9, written by child. Composition on The Opening of Parliament. The opening of Parliament by King Edward VII and Queen Alexandra was rather grand. First they drove to the Houses of Parliament in a grand state carriage which has been used by George III, and then when they got there they had to robe in a certain room in great big robes, all edged with ermine, fur, and with huge trains. Queen Alexandra had an evening dress on, and King Edward a very nice kingly sort of suit (which was nearly covered up by his robes), and then they walked along to the real Houses of Parliament, where the members really sit. Then the king made a speech to open Parliament, and other people made speeches too, and everything was done with grandeur and stateliness such as would befit a king. May Parliament long be his. End of Appendix II, Class 2.
Appendix II of Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amy Bodkin, Navarre, Florida. Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason. Appendix 2, Some Specimens of Examination Work Done in the Parents' Review School in which the pupils are educated upon books and things. Class 3. In Class 3, the range of age is from 11 or 12 to 15. The subjects: Bible lessons and recitations, poetry and Bible passages, English grammar, French, German, and Latin, Italian, optional, English, French, and ancient history, Plutarch's Lives, singing, French, English, and German songs, writing, dictation, drill, drawing in brush and charcoal, natural history, botany, physiology, geography, arithmetic, geometry, and reading. About 35 books are used. Time 3½ hours a day. Half an hour out of this time as before for drill and games. There is no preparation or homework in any of the classes. The reader will notice from the subjoined specimens that the papers are still written con amore, and show an intelligent grasp of the several subjects. Though there are errors in many of the papers, they are not often the mistakes of ignorance or stupidity, nor are they those of a person who has never understood what he is writing about. Composition is never taught as a subject. Well-taught children compose as well-bred children behave, by the light of nature. It is probable that no considerable writer was ever taught the art of composition. The same remark
may be made about spelling, excepting for an occasional inveterate case. The habit of reading teaches spelling. All the pupils of the Parents' Review School do not take all the subjects set in the programs of the several classes. Sometimes parents have the mistaken notion that the greater the number of subjects, the heavier the work, though in reality the contrary is the case, unless the hours of study are increased. Sometimes outside lessons in languages, music, etc. interfere. Sometimes health will not allow of more than an hour or two of work in the day. The children in the practicing school do all the work set, and their work compares satisfactorily with the rest, though the classes have the disadvantage of changing teachers every week. Children in Class 3 write the whole of their examination work. Question. Describe the founding of Christ's kingdom. What are the laws of his kingdom? A. Aged 13. Christ came to found his kingdom. He preached the laws to his people. He taught them to pray for it. Thy kingdom come. And he told his chosen few to go and preach the gospel of the kingdom. He founded his kingdom in their hearts, and he reigned there. He will still found his kingdom in our hearts. He will come and reign as king. The kingdom was first founded by the Sea of Galilee. Follow me, said our Lord to Andrew, and from that moment the kingdom was founded in Andrew's heart. Then there were Peter, James, John, Philip, Nathanael, and the kingdom grew. From that moment Christ never stopped his work for the kingdom, preaching and teaching, healing and comforting, proclaiming the laws of the kingdom. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. One jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law. Whosoever shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, the same shall be called the least in the kingdom. No commandment was to pass from the law, but there was a new commandment, a new law, and that was love. Love your enemies. The Pharisees could not understand it. Love your friends and hate your enemies was their law. But Jesus said, Bless them that curse you, and pray for them that despitefully use you. Give, hoping for nothing in return. And whosoever shall smite thee on one cheek, turn to him the other also. Christ's law is the love which suffereth long, and is kind, seeketh not her own, never faileth, hopeth all things, endureth all things, and now abideth faith, hope, and charity. These three, but the greatest of these is love. Question. Explain English funds, consols 2 3/4%, 113, and give an account of the South Sea Bubble. Book studied, Arnold Forster's History of England. B. Aged 14 and a half. This means that when the South Sea Company first appeared, the government gave them £113 on condition that the company should give 2 3/4%, which means £2 15 on every £100 lent for a certain number of years. In the reign of George I, the money matters of the country were in a very bad state. The government was very much in debt, especially to those people who had purchased annuities, and had a right to receive a certain sum of money from the government every year as long as they lived. Sir Robert Walpole, who was then Prime Minister, was most anxious to pay off part of this debt. He heard of a company which had just been started called the South Sea Company, whose object was to trade in the South Seas. This was what Walpole wished for. He suggested to them that they should pay off the debt due to the people who had bought annuities, and in return the government would give them some privileges and charts which would be useful to them. This the company agreed to do, but instead of paying the people in money, they gave them what were called shares in the South Sea Company. These shares were supposed to be very valuable, and it was thought that the South Sea Company was really prosperous, and that those who had shares in it would have most enormous profit in the end. Thousands of people came to buy shares, and some of them were so anxious to get them that they spent enormous sums of money on these worthless pieces of paper. All was well for a time, but at last the people began to wish for their money instead of the shares, and claimed it loudly from the company. It was then that the bubble burst. It was discovered then that the company was quite unable to pay what was due, and that all this time they had been deluding the nation by promises and giving them shares, and that they had never been the rich and prosperous company they made themselves out to be. Naturally, the most dreadful distress prevailed everywhere, and many were absolutely ruined, so that the government had to help those who were most distressed. At this point, Sir Robert Walpole came to the rescue. He made the Bank of England pay some of the debts, and behaved with such cleverness that he saved the country almost from ruin. Question: What do you know of the States General? Book studied Mrs. Crichton's First History of France. C. Aged 12. The States General met in May 1789. The people had long wanted reforms, and been talking about them, and now on the 5th of May 1789 the States General met again for the first time since 1614. If the nobles sat in one house and the people in another, as was the custom, they could never get the changes made. So the people with their leader, the Marquis of Mirabeau, declared they would not leave the tennis court on which they were standing till it was agreed that they could sit together with the nobles. When Louis XVI came down in state and told them they were to sit apart, they said they would not leave their place except at the bayonet's point. When he heard this, he said, "Very well, leave them alone." So they sat together. Question: Show fully how Aristides acquired the title of the Just. Why was it a strange title for a man in those days? Book studied Plutarch's Lives, Aristides. D. Aged 13 1/4. Aristides acquired the title of the Just by his justice, and because he never did anything unjust in order to become rich or powerful. While many of the judges and chief men in Athens took bribes, he alone always refused to do so, and he also never spent the public money on himself. When, after having defeated the Persians at Plataea, the Greek states decided to have a standing army, it was Aristides who was sent round to settle how much each town should contribute, and he did this so fairly and well that all the Greek states blessed and praised his arrangement. It is said that Aristides could not only resist the unjust claims of those whom he loved, but also those of his enemies. Once, when he was judging a quarrel between two men, one of them remarked that the other had often injured Aristides. "Tell me not that," was the reply of Aristides, "but what he has done to thee, for it is thy cause I am judging, not my own." Another time, when he had gone to law himself, and when after having heard what he had to say his judges were going to pass sentence on his adversary without having heard him, Aristides rose and entreated his judges to hear what his enemy could say in his own defense. In all that he did, Aristides was inflexibly just, and many stories were told of his justice. Though he loved his country well, he would never do anything wrong to gain for Athens some advantage, and in all he did his one aim was justice, and his only ambition to be called the Just. He was so just and good that he was called the most just man in Greece. In the times in which Aristides lived, men used to care more to be called great, rich, or powerful than just. Themistocles, the great rival of Aristides, used to do all he could to become the first man in Athens, and rich as well as powerful. He did not hesitate to take bribes, and all he did for the Athenians was done with a view to making himself the head of the people, and the first man in the state. he used often to do unjust as well as cruel things in order to get his own ends. It was the same with most other men who lived at this time. They preferred being rich, powerful, or great to being distinguished by the title of the Just. Question. Describe a journey in northern Italy. Book studied. Geographical Reader, Book 4. E. Aged 12. I am about to go for a tour round the northern part of Italy, and after I have taken a train to Savoy, which is about the southeast of France, I enter into Italy by the Cenis Pass, which is very lofty, about 7,000 feet above sea level. On arriving in Italy, I come into the province of Piedmont, which has 3 mountain torrents or streams running through it. These streams join at Turin, the capital of Piedmont, and form the Po River, which flows out on the east coast of France into the Gulf of Venice. On the banks of the 3 mountain streams are some Protestants by the name of Waldenses, who say they are followers of the disciples. But if you ask any outsider, they will say, "Oh, the Waldenses are followers of a good man by the name of Waldo, who fled out of France in the 12th century. We will now go and see Turin, and the first thing we say is, 'What a clean town!' And so it certainly is, for it is quite the cleanest town in Italy, as the people have only to turn on the fountain taps to clean their paved streets. And after we have looked at Alessandria, where Napoleon gained his great victory, we leave Piedmont and follow up the river Po until we come to its next tributary, the river Ticino, which runs up north into the Lake Maggiore, which is 5 to 6 miles wide and about 60 miles in length. This lake has 4 islands, which are named after Count Borromeo, and so called the Borromean Islands, which are cultivated like gardens, with terraces for resting places. Now let us go to Milan, which is so well known by its beautiful cathedral of white and black marble, which have no less than 4,000 sculptures of white marble with pillars of Egyptian granite. Milan is famous for silks and lace to provide for the numerous palaces. We will now go back to the next lake, Lake Como, which is surrounded by mountains and supposed to be the most beautiful of all lakes. At the south it goes out in a fork, and between the fork is a beautiful piece of land called Bellagio. The next lake we come to is the Garda, the largest of all the lakes, and then we go on to the smallest of lakes, called Lugano. We now, having visited all the lakes, take a look at Lodi, the famous cheese market in Italy, after which we visit Verona, where Pliny the naturalist was born, also Paul Veronese. Shakespeare lays the scene of his play Romeo and Juliet in Verona. The short time we have, we spend at Venice, the queen of the Italian cities, with its wonderful canals and marvelous cathedral of St. Mark's, also the dark, gloomy palace of the Doge. Question. How are the following seeds dispersed? Birch, pine, dandelion, balsam, broom. Give diagrams and observations. Book studied. Mrs. Brightwin's Glimpses into Plant Life. F. Aged 13. The seeds of the birch are very small, with 2 wings, one on each side, so that in a high wind numbers of them are blown onto high places, such as crevices on the face of a rock, or crevices on a church tower, or the tower of an old ruin. They are so light that they are carried a long way. The seeds of the pine are very small, and the veins in the seed are wriggly, so that the seed is curly, which makes it whirl rapidly in the air, and the whirling motion carries it along a little way before it rests on the ground. It has 2 small wings. The seeds of the dandelion are large, with a kind of silky parachute attached, so that when they fall off they do not fall to the ground, but are carried a little way because the wind catches the under part of the parachute. The seed has a little hook at the top of it, which prevents it from being pulled out of the ground by the parachute after it is once in. The balsam seed case splits when the seeds are ripe and sends them flying in all directions, so they are far enough dispersed and need no wings or parachutes to help them. The broom seed case is a carpel more like that of the sweet pea. When the seeds are ripe, the two sides of the carpel split open and curl up like springs and send the seeds flying out, so they are dispersed without needing wings or parachutes. Question. Describe the tissue of a potato and of a piece of rhubarb. Book studied, Oliver's Elementary Botany. G. Aged 13. The tissue of rhubarb is very fibrous indeed. In fact, it is almost entirely made up of vessels. These are cells which have become tubes by the dividing cell wall being absorbed. These vessels are very beautiful when seen under a microscope, for their walls are all thickened in some way, in order to make them strong enough to bear the weight of the leaf. Some are thickened by a spiral cord which goes round and round the wall of the vessel. In some vessels this is quite tightly twisted round the wall. That is to say, the rings do not come far apart. In others it is quite loose and far apart. Another kind of thickening is by rings, which just go round the tube and are not joined to each other. Other vessels, again, have little knots in them, like what there are in birch bark. The potato tissue is mainly made up of starch, as it is one of the plant's storehouses, and starch is one of the plant's principal foods. Question. Give a diagram of the eye and explain how we see everything. Book studied, Dr. Schofield's Physiology for Schools. H. Aged 13. The eye can be likened to a camera, and the brain to the man behind the camera. The image enters at the hole, passes through the lens, is reflected on the plate, but the camera does not see. It is the man behind the camera who sees. In the same way, the image passes in at the pupil and through the lens, both sides of which are curved and can be tightened or slackened according to the distance of the image. Then the image passes along the nerve of sight to the two bulbs in the brain which see. If you hold a rounded glass between a sheet of paper and the image at the right distance, for the glass cannot tighten or slacken like our lens, you will see the image reflected upside down on the paper. This is the way the lens acts. There is a small yellow spot a little below the middle of the back of the eye. Here the sight is more acute, and so, though we can see lots of things at one time, we can only look at one thing at a time. There is a blind spot where the nerve enters the eye, which shows that the nerve of sight itself is blind, so that some part of every image is lost, like a black dot punched in it. But we are so used to it that we cannot see it. Question. Describe your favorite scene in Waverley. I, aged 12 and a half. A Highland stag hunt. The Highland chiefs were in various postures, some reclining lazily on their plaids, others stalking up and down conversing with one another, and a few were already seated in position for the sport. MacIver was talking with another chief as to what the sport would be, but as they talked in Gaelic, Edward had no part in the conversation, but sat looking at the scene before him. They were seated on a low hill at the head of a broad valley which narrowed into a small opening or cleft in the hills at the extreme end. It was hemmed in on all sides by hills of various heights. It was through this opening that the beaters were to drive the deer. Already Waverley could hear the distant shouts of the men calling to each other, coming nearer and nearer. Soon he could distinguish the antlers of the deer moving towards the opening like a forest of trees stripped of their leaves. The sportsmen prepared themselves to give them a warm reception, and all were ready as the deer entered the valley. They looked very ferocious as they advanced towards where Edward and the chiefs were standing, and seemed as if they were determined to fight. The rows and weaker ones in the center, and the bulls standing as if on defense. As soon as they came within range, some of the chiefs fired, and 2 or 3 deer came down. Waverley also had the good fortune, and also the skill, to bring down a couple and gain the applause of the other sportsmen. But the herd was now charging furiously up the valley towards them. The order was given to lie down, as it was impossible to stem the coming wave of deer. But, as it was given in Gaelic, it conveyed no meaning to Edward's mind, and he remained standing. The herd was now not 50 yards from him, and in another minute he would have been trampled to death. But MacIver, at his own risk, jumped up and literally dragged him to the ground just as the deer reached them. Edward had a sensation as if he was out in a severe hailstorm, but this did not last long. When they had passed and Edward attempted to rise, he found that besides a number of bruises, he had also severely sprained his ankle, and was unable to walk or even stand. A shelter was soon made for him out of a plaid in which he was laid. And then MacIver called the Highland doctor or herbalist to attend him. The doctor approached Edward with every sign of humiliation, but before attending to his ankle he insisted upon walking slowly round him several times in the direction in which the sun goes, muttering at the same time a spell over him as he went. And though Waverley was in great pain, he had to submit to his foolery. Waverley saw to his great astonishment that MacIver believed, or seemed to believe, in the old man's cantations. At last, when he had finished his spells, which he seemed to think more necessary than the dressing, he drew from his pocket a little packet of herbs, some of which he applied to the sprained ankle, and after it had been bound up, Edward felt much relieved. He rewarded the doctor with some money, the value of which seemed to exceed his wildest imaginations, for he heaped so many blessings upon the head of Waverley that MacIver said, 100,000 curses on you, whereupon he stopped. End of Appendix II, Class 3, read by Amy Bodkin, Navarre, Florida.
Appendix II continued of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason. Appendix II continued. Some specimens of examination work done in a school in which pupils are educated upon books and things, Class 4. Girls are usually in Class 4 for 2 or 3 years, from 14 or 15 to 17, after which they are ready to specialize and usually do well. The program for Class 4 is especially interesting. It adds geology and astronomy to the sciences studied, more advanced algebra to the mathematics, and sets the history of modern Europe instead of French history. The literature, to illustrate the history, includes the reading of a good many books, and the German and French books, when possible, illustrate the history studied. All the books, about 40, are of a different caliber from those used in the lower classes. They are books for intelligent students. I think the reader will observe that due growth has taken place in the minds of the girls, both as regards judgment and power of appreciation. Not, I think, in intelligence. Love has no knowledge nor the mind. But as our concern is with boys and girls under 12, it will be enough to show by 2 or 3 papers that this sort of education by books results in intelligence. Question. For what purpose were priests instituted? Book studied, Dr. Abbott's Bible lessons. A, aged 15 and a half. The system of the Jewish priesthood was almost entirely symbolical. God ordained it, we believe, to lead the primitive mind of his chosen people onwards and upwards to the true belief and earthly comprehension of that great sacrifice, by the grace of which we are all now honored to become kings and priests unto God. In the earliest times of the patriarchs, there was in every holy and honorable Jewish family some voluntary priest to offer up the burnt offerings and yearly sacrifices. We have an example of this in Job the patriarch, who, we read, ministered to his family in the capacity of priest of their offerings. In the wilderness, however, God commanded through Moses the foundation of a separate and holy priesthood to minister in his tabernacle and offer his appointed sacrifices. The tribe of Levi and the family of Aaron were set apart for this purpose, and in the building of the tabernacle and the anointing of Aaron and his 4 sons, the cornerstone was laid to that great building, which became a fit dwelling for the presence of God and the heart of Israel, until Christ came to change and lighten the world, and the symbol and the shadow became the truth. Question. Quote, his power was to assert himself in deeds, not words. End quote. Write a short sketch of the character of Cromwell, discussing the above statement. Parentheses, book studied, Green's Shorter History of the English People. End parentheses. B. Aged 15. Cromwell was no orator. It has been said that if all his speeches were taken and made into a book, it would seem simply a pack of nonsense. In Parliament, though, the earnestness with which he spoke attracted attention. His deeds proved his innate power, which could not express itself in words. He may be called the inarticulate man. In his mind everything was clear, and his various actions proved his purposes and determinations. But in speaking, he simply brought out a hurried volume of words, in the mazes of which one entirely lost the point meant to be implied. Cromwell also was more of an administrator than a statesman, unspeculative and conservative. He was subject to fits of hypochondria, which naturally had some effect on his character. He considered himself a servant of God, and acted accordingly. Undoubtedly, he was under the conviction that he was carrying out the Lord's will in all he did. He was not in calm moods a bloody man, but when his anger was kindled, he would spare no one. At times he would be filled with remorse for the part he had taken in the martyrdom of the king. Then, again, he would say it was the just punishment of heaven on Charles. In giving orders, his words were curt and to the point, but in making speeches, he adopted the phraseology of the Bible, which added to their ambiguity. One would think he was ambitious, for at one time he asked Whitelock, quote, what if a man should take upon himself to be king, end quote, evidently having in view the regal power, and yet, according to his own assertion, he would rather have returned to his occupation as a farmer than to have undertaken the government of Britain. But in this, as in other acts, he recognized the call of God, as he thought, and obeyed it. Question. What do you know of the Girondins? Parentheses, book studied, Lords, Modern Europe. End parentheses. C. Age 17. The Girondins were perhaps the most tolerant and reasonable of the revolutionary parties. They were a body of men who found the government of France under the king more than they could stand, and who were the first to welcome any changes, but were shocked and horrified at the dreadful riots and massacres which followed the fall of the throne. Such a party representing justice and reform could not be popular with the more violent Jacobins and like clubs. The day came when these latter were in power, and all the Girondins were thrown into prison. They were all taken from prison before the court of justice for trial, and placed before the judge, where they sat quite silently. They were one by one condemned to execution, receiving the sentence of death with perfect calmness. Only their leader was seen to fall down. One of his companions leant over him and said, "What, are you afraid?" "Non," was the answer. "Je mens." He had stabbed himself with his dagger. As the Girondins marched back to their cells, condemned to die the next morning, They all sang the Marseillaise, as they had arranged, to tell their fellow prisoners what the sentence had been. When they reached the prison, a splendid supper was placed for them, and they all sat down with great cheerfulness to eat it, none of them showing the least signs of breaking down. Towards morning, priests were sent to them, and very early in the day they all marched to the foot of the guillotine, singing as they went. They kept on singing a solemn chant when the executions commenced, which became fainter and fainter as one by one they were beheaded, until all were gone. Question. Distinguish between arrogant and presumptuous, interference and interposition, genuine and authentic, hate and detest, loathe and abhor, education and instruction, apprehend and comprehend. Using each word in a sentence. Parentheses, book studied, Trench's study of words, end parentheses. E. Aged 15. A man who is arrogant is a man who has right to what he wants, but who is harsh and exacting in taking it. A presumptuous man is a man who expects more than is due and takes it. Judge Jeffreys was an arrogant old man. Charles II was a presumptuous king. He thought he could have absolute power. Interference is not minding your own business and meddling with other people's when we are not wanted. Interposition is more the doing good by interfering, as protecting a little boy from a bully. But for the interference of James, all would have gone well. Thanks to the interposition of Mary, a quarrel was averted. Genuine means real, true, what it seems to be, as a real, genuine ruby. Authentic, in speaking of a book, means really written by the author to which it is ascribed. Dickens' Oliver Twist is certainly authentic. You would hate a man who killed your father. Charles II hated Cromwell. You would detest a man who had not done you any personal injury, but who you knew to be a murderer. Yo detested the Spaniards. You would loathe a poisonous snake or a hypocrite. David Copperfield loathed Uriah Heep. You would abhor a man inferior to you in intellect or principles, as a great king would abhor a cringing coward, leave him behind, go on without him, refuse to listen to him. Napoleon abhorred the traitor. Education is the lessons you receive as a matter of course, as French, writing, grammar. Instruction is this, but more also. It includes moral teaching, the teaching of honesty and the teaching of gentleness. Henry had a good education. No well-instructed Briton is a coward. Apprehend is to see or hear and notice. Comprehend is to understand without seeing or hearing, perhaps. Philip apprehended that danger was near, but he did not comprehend it. Question. Give shortly Carlyle's estimate of Burns, showing what he did for Scotland, and what was the cause of his personal failure in life. Book studied, Carlyle's essay on Burns. F. Aged 17. Carlyle looked upon Burns as one of the nicest of men and greatest of poets, rather a weak man perhaps, but covering all his faults with his genius and kindness of heart, clever and persevering, and basely neglected and shunned by his contemporaries. It is quite extraordinary to read the world-famous poems of this poet, and to remember that he was a ploughman, and surrounded only by the most uneducated peasants and fellow laborers, though, of course, the life of a ploughman on the hills of Scotland is far more likely to encourage poetry and reflection than the life of many a London dentist or hairdresser far higher in rank. But it is easy to believe, in fact, that Burns would have found inspiration for his genius in a flat, sandy waste or a grocer's shop, and, as Carlyle says, a man or woman is not a genius unless they are extraordinary. Not really inspired if such a person could have been imagined before. Robert Burns has provided Scotland for centuries at least with plenty of national poetry. His poems are such as can be enjoyed, like flowers and trees, and all things really beautiful, by old and young, stupid and clever, fishermen and prime ministers. Surely that is the work which any man would be proud. Burns' chief fault, if fault it can be called, and the cause of his failure in life, seems to have been a sort of bitterness against people more fortunate than himself, without the art of hiding it. This, real or affected, seems very common in poets, and such an inspired man, a man with a mind greater than kings, must have felt very deeply, almost without knowing it, the unrefinedness of the people he loved best, and his own distance from the admirers who clustered around him later in life. All his life, it seems, he was in a place by himself, now spending his time with his own family, acting a part all day, trying to make his relations feel him an equal, pretending to take a great interest in what he did not care for, the pigs and cows and porridge, seeing his own dearest friends looking at him with awe, and feeling him something above them, thinking of his great friends, and feeling embarrassed when he came, and more at ease without his presence. Now, on the other hand, associating with people high in rank and education, enjoying their friendship and praise, but feeling, be they ever so kind and familiar, that he was not their equal by birth, and that they could not treat him quite as such, however hard they might try, turning familiarity in his mind into slights, and kindness into condescension. This, to a proud man, must have been misery, and Burns must have been very lonely in a crowd of companions thronged with admirers, but without a friend. Nobody understood Burns. He shared his opinions with no one he knew. When, at the beginning of the French Revolution, he expressed his delight and approval, the people who admired him were shocked, refused to speak to him, and regarded him either as mad or terribly wicked. His poems were not admired as much as they deserved to be. He had hardly any money, was never likely to get on in the world, was shunned and disgraced, and began, as a last resource, to drink too much. Ill health was one of his misfortunes, and this intemperance killed him. Thus died at the age of 37, poor, friendless, despised, the man who has given pleasure to thousands, and an undying collection of poems and songs to his country. Question. Give some account, as far as you can in the style of Carlyle, of the procession of May 4th. Parentheses, book studied, Carlyle's French Revolution. End parentheses. G, aged 14½. See the doors of Notre Dame open wide, the procession issuing forth, a sea of human faces that are to reform France. First come the nobles in their gaily tinted robes, next the clergy, and then the commons, the tiers état in their slouched hats firm and resolute, and lastly the king and the Earl de Boeuf. These are greeted by a tremendous storm of vivats. Vive le roi! Vive la nation! Let's suppose we can take up so coign of vantage from which we can watch the procession, but with eyes different from other eyes, namely with prophetic eyes. See a man coming, striding at the head of the tiers état, tall and with thick lips and black hair, whose father and brother walk among the nobles. Close beside walks Dr. Guillotine, learned Dr. Guillotine, who said, quote, "My friends, mes amis, I have a machine that will whisk off your heads in a second, and cause you no pain," end quote. Now doomed for 2 years to see and hear nothing but guillotine, and for more than 2 centuries after, yonder a desolate ghost on this of the Styx. Mark, too, a small, mean man, a sea-green man with sea-green eyes, Robespierre by name, a small, underhand secretary walking beside one Dutton, tall and massive, cruelty and vengeance on their faces. We may not linger longer, but one other we must note. One tall and active with a cunning air, namely Camille Desmoulins, one day to rise to fame, and the next to be forgotten. Many more walk in that procession, one day to become famous. Baillet, future president of a new republic, and Marat, with Broglie, the war god, and others. The tiers état, with Mayor Barré, march to the rooms where they are to sit, but the doors are shut. There is sound of hammering within. Mayor Barré knocks, and wants to know why they are shut out. It is the king's orders. He wants his papers. He may come in and get them, and with this they must be content. They swarm to Versailles. The king steps out on the balcony and speaks. He says the room is being prepared for his own august presence. A platform is being erected. He says he is sorry to inconvenience them, but he is afraid they must wait, and with that he retires. Meanwhile, patriotism consults as to what had best be done. Shall they meet on the palace steps, or even in the streets? At length they adjourn to the tennis court, and there patriotism swears one by one to be faithful to the new National Assembly, as they now name themselves. This is known as the Oath of the Tennis Court. I have placed before the reader examples of a portion of some 30 pupils' work to illustrate their education by books. It is not necessary to speak of their education by things. That is thorough and systematic. But may I point out that what has been cited is average work. I do not know if the reader considers that I have proved my point, that is, that studies, schoolroom studies, are for delight, for ornament, and for ability. End of Appendix II continued, Class 4. Appendix III of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Appendix 3, What a Child Should Know at 12. In order to introduce the heads of schools (private schools, preparatory schools, girls' schools, and lower schools) to consider seriously whether it is not possible to introduce some such method of education by books, let me put forward a few considerations. 1. The cost of the books per pupil for the 6 years, from 6 to 12, does not average more than £1 a year. A scheme of work for elementary schools might be arranged at a much less annual cost for books. 2. 2½ for Class 1 and to 3½ hours a day for Class 3 is ample time for this book education. 3. Much writing is unnecessary because the pupils have the matter in their books and know where to find it. 4. Classes 2 and 3 are able to occupy themselves in study with pleasure and profit. 5. Teachers are relieved of the exhausting drudgery of many corrections. 6. The pupils have the afternoons for handicrafts, nature work, walks, games, etc. 7. The evenings are free, whether at school or at home, for reading aloud, choral singing, hobbies, etc. 8. The pupils get many intelligent interests, beget hobbies, and have leisure for them. 9. There is no distressing cramming for the term's examination. The pupils know their work and find it easy to answer questions set to find out what they know rather than what they do not know. 10. Children of any age, however taught hitherto, take up this sort of work with avidity. 11. Boys and girls taught in this way take up ordinary school work, preparation for examinations, etc., with intelligence, zeal, and success. The 6 years' work, from 6 to 12, which I suggest, should and does result in the power of the pupils, a. to grasp the sense of a passage of some length at a single reading, and to narrate the substance of what they have read or heard; b. to spell and express themselves in writing with ease and fair correctness; c. to give an orderly and detailed account of any subject they have studied; d. to describe in writing what they have seen or heard from the newspapers. E. They should have a familiar acquaintance with the common objects of the country, with power to reproduce some of these in brushwork. F. Should have skill in various handicrafts, as cardboard sloyd, basket making, clay modeling, etc. G. In arithmetic, they should have some knowledge of vulgar and decimal fractions, percentage, household accounts, etc. H. Should have a knowledge of elementary algebra and should have done practical exercises in geometry. I. Of elementary Latin grammar, should read fables and easy tales, and say 1 or 2 books of Caesar. J. They should have some power of understanding spoken French, and be able to speak a little, and to read an easy French book without a dictionary. K. In German, much the same as in French, but less progress. L. In history, they will have gone through a rather detailed study of English, French, and classical (Plutarch) history. M. In geography, they will have studied in detail the map of the world, and have been at one time able to fill in the landscape, industries, etc., from their studies of each division of the map. N. They will have learned the elements of physical geography, botany, human physiology, and natural history, and will have read interesting books on some of these subjects. O. They should have some knowledge of English grammar. P. They should have a considerable knowledge of Scripture history and the Bible text. Q. They should have learned a good deal of Scripture and of poetry, and should have read some literature. R. They should have learned to sing on the tonic solfa method, and should know a number of English, French, and German songs. S. They should have learned Swedish drill and various drills and calisthenic exercises. T. In drawing, they should be able to represent common objects of the house and field with brush or charcoal, should be able to give rudimentary expression to ideas, and should be acquainted with the works of some artists through reproductions. U. In music, their knowledge of theory and their ear training should keep pace with their powers of execution. This is the degree of progress an average pupil of 12 should have made under a teacher of knowledge and ability. Progress in the disciplinary subjects, languages and mathematics, for example, must depend entirely on the knowledge and ability of the teacher. End of Appendix IV.
Appendix IV of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason. Appendix 4, Examination of a Child of 12 on the Work of a Term. Possibly a complete set of answers to an examination paper may be of use as showing the all-round standing of a scholar educated on the principles I have advanced. This paper is not exceptional. Footnote: a large number of complete sets of examination answers may be seen at the office, and further information can be had from the Secretary, PNEU, 26 Victoria Street, London, Southwest. End footnote. And some weakness will be noticed in what I have called the disciplinary subjects. Program of the term's work on which the examination questions are set. Bible lessons. The Bible for the Young by the Reverend J. Patterson Smith. Sampson Lowe, 2 pence. Genesis lessons 17 to 24. S. Matthew lessons 16 to 24. And the lesson on Christmas. Teacher to prepare lesson beforehand and to use the Bible passages in teaching. Answers to catechism with explanations from the beginning to the Lord's Prayer, optional. Recitations. Learn 2 passages of 20 verses each from chapters in Bible lessons. Learn the death of the Duke of Wellington, the charge of the Light Brigade. You ask me why. French. Footnote. Where the Gouen series are not taken, French, German, and Italian should be taught orally. Teacher repeating aloud, pupil reciting after her. End footnote. The Gouen series, a study of French, by Eugene and Durieux, edition 1898, Macmillan and Company, 3 shillings 6 pence, pages 184, 194, 196, 198. Teacher Study Preface. Première année Grammaire, par P. Larousse. Rules 61, 63, 64, 66, 70, 74, exercises 55, 58, 61, 63. Read the first half of Le Général d'Urquin, par Madame de Seigneur Hatchett, 1 shilling. Parse 2 pages. Learn a poem from Recueil de Poésies, par Madame de Witt Hatchett, 2 shilling. German. Footnote. Where the Gouen series are not taken, French, German, and Italian should be taught orally. Teacher repeating aloud, pupil reciting after her. End footnote. 8 sections of the Gouen series, or translate into English and retranslate into German. Pages 1 to 8 from Niebuhr's Hero Englischicken, Clarendon Press, 1 shilling 6 pence. Book of Ballads on German History, University Press, 2 shilling. 2 ballads to be learnt by heart. First German book by A.L. Becker, Hatchett, 1 shilling. Lessons 27 to 35. Use the words from the list of useful words in sentences. Beginners read from Part 2, reading lessons 16 to 23. Practice letters on pages 8 to 16. Italian. Ex-students of House of Education, 6 of the Gouen series, 12 grammar rules exemplified in series. Teachers use Perini's Italian Conversation Grammar, Hatchett, 4 shilling. Latin. Young Beginner's Third Latin Book, Murray, 2 shillings. Pages 9 to 15. Revise back work by means of exercises. Young Beginner's Second Latin Book, Murray, 2 shillings. Pages 60 to 71. Beginners. Hall, Child's First Latin Book, Murray, 2 shillings. 15 to 32. Or better, A First Latin Book by E. H. Scott and F. Jones. Blackie, 1 shilling 6 pence, pages 1 to 32. English History. A History of England by H. O. Arnold Forster. Castle, 5 shilling, pages 719 to 758. Bracket 1820 to 1897. Bracket. Read Scott's Lady of the Lake, and if possible, Henry Kingsley's Valentine. Ward Locke and Company. French History. Creighton's First History of France. Longman's 3 shilling 6 pence. Pages 279 to 293. To be contemporary with English history. Roman History. Plutarch's Romulus, teacher omitting unsuitable parts. Castle's National Library, 3d. Geography, Geeky's Physical Geography, Macmillan, 1 shilling. Pages 108 to 131, 224 to 270. London Geographical Readers, Stanford, Book 5, 2 shilling, 6d. Pages 238 to 267, with special reference to recent events. Map questions to be answered from map and then from memory, and then in filling up blank map from memory before each lesson. Know something about foreign places coming into notice in the current newspaper. 10 minutes exercise on the map of the world every week. The School Atlas, edited by H.O. Arnold Forster, 37 Bedford Street, London, 1 shilling, 6d, or 3 shilling. Read also Arnold Forster's History of England, chapters 75 and 76. English Grammar, Morris's English Grammar, Macmillan, 1 shilling. Pages 100 to 108, 98 to 99 inclusive. Parse and analyze using pages 109 to 125. Work from Morris's English Grammar exercises, Macmillan, 1 shilling. Singing, 3 French songs, La Lyre de École, Kerwin and Son. 3 German songs, Erks, Dutscher, Linderschutz, Peters, Leipzig. 3 English songs, Novellos, School Songs, Volume 20, 8d. Steiner's Primer of Tonic Sofa, Kerwin and Son. Writing, choose and transcribe 10 poems or passages from Wordsworth, German Copybook Number 1, Nut, 4d. A New Handwriting for Teachers by M. M. Bridges, Mrs. Bridges, Yatten, Newbury, 2 shilling, 9d. Work to page 6 following instructions. Drill, Grecian exercises and marching drills from Musical Drills for the Standards, Philip and Son, 2 shilling, 6d. Ex-Students, House of Education drills. Dictation, Growth and Greatness of Our Worldwide Empire, pages 32 to 77, 4 or 5 pages a week. To be prepared, a passage dictated or occasionally written from memory. Drawing, Pour dessiner, simplement, par V. Jacot et P. Ravoux, 3 shillings, 6d. Cahier 2, 3, for occasional use. 12 wild fruits on their branches with background in brushwork, illustrations in brush drawing from The Lady of the Lake. Study and be able to describe the pictures in the Holy Gospels. Part 2, SPCK, 1 shilling, 8d. Optional. Or join the portfolio of paintings. See the Children's Quarterly. Or follow the Festool Club papers. Natural History. Keep a nature notebook. Geeky's Geology, Macmillan, 1 shilling. Pages 125 to 144. Mountains. With questions. Refer to in holidays and study in term. Lowly water animals. Lessons 1 to 21 inclusive. Botany. Oliver's Elementary Botany, Macmillan, 4 shillings, 6d. Chapter 7, pages 63 to 87. Glimpses into Plant Life, Brightwen, Fisher Unwin, 2 shilling. Chapters 5 and 9. Record the finding of and describe 20 wild fruits. See Oliver. Specimens must be used in all botanical work. Observe all you can about the structure of various fruits not edible and about the dispersion of seeds. Plant Life in Field and Garden by A. Buckley, pages 40 to 80. Physiology. Schofield's Physiology for Schools. Cassell, 1 shilling, 9 pence, pages 43 to 64. Arithmetic. Mayer's Mental Arithmetic. Sonnenschein, 9 shilling. Longman's Junior School Arithmetic, 1 shilling. Chapters 21 and 22. Practice and Bills. Miscellaneous examples from pages 192 and 193. Beginners, chapters 17, 18, and 19, pages 74 to 81. Euclid, A First Step in Euclid by J. G. Bradshaw, Macmillan, 1 shilling 6 pence, pages 63 to 81. Beginners, Inductive Geometry by H. A. Nesbitt, M.A. Sonnenschein, 1 shilling 6 pence. Chapters 4, 5, 6. Members who have Hamben Smith's Euclid may continue to use it. The books now set are more modern and lead to more intelligent work. Reading, geography, English history, French history, and tales should afford exercise in careful reading. Poetry should be read daily. Composition. Read on Thursdays and write from memory on Tuesdays. A passage from E.C. Homo, E.C. Rex, Part 2, Chapters 2 and 3, by Mrs. R. Charles, S.P.C.K., 3 shillings 6 pence. B. Arnold Forster's History of England, Chapter 77. Work. Attend to Garden. Bent Iron Work by F. J. Erskine. Upcott Jill, 1 shilling. Make 6 models. Self-Teaching Needlework Manual, edited by S. Locke. Longmans, 1 shilling. Pages 25 to 54. Make a baby's crochet petticoat with body part. Make a linen book cover with design drawn and worked by yourself. NB. For illustrations for history, geography, etc., see the catalog of the Perry Pictures Art for Schools Association, 46 Great Ormond Street, London, 3 pence. Children who are beginners or who have just been moved up from Class 2 or who find the work difficult may omit 3 subjects. Questions on preceding program. Bible lessons. 1. Show how God trained Joseph for his work. What lessons may we learn from Joseph? A. In prison. B. In a palace. 2. A. I am Joseph. B. Bless the lads. C. Until Shiloh come. Give the context in each case and describe the occasions on which these words were used. 1. Tell the parable A. of the fig tree, B. of the 2 sons. What lessons may we learn from each? 2. A. Shall I crucify your king? B. He ... wept bitterly. C. He is risen. Give the context in the Bible words, if possible, of each these quotations. Recitations. Father to choose 2 passages of 10 verses each from the Bible lessons and a poem. French. 1. Write down in French the names of things that a huntsman uses for the chase. 2. Recite the poem learned. 3. Write in French a short resume of the chapters read in Le General Durkheim. 4. Make sentences to show the use of set, says, si, set, lure, says, tell, shock, mem, null. German. Say 3 sections of a Goen series and translate into English and retranslate into German, page 6. Lines 14 to 24 from Hero Englischicken. 2. Translate into German. A. Which of these flowers is the finest? B. I have been once in Berlin and 3 times in Paris. 3. Make sentences with other adjectives using the German for 6, 15, 17, 9, 4, 18. Italian. Recite 2 series and give 2 rules exemplified. Latin. 1. Translate into English and translate into Latin Fable 5, page 61, and parse each word in the first sentence. 2. Translate into Latin. A. We dream whole nights. B. I will teach you music. C. The Roman people elected Numa king. D. The Gauls dwell on this side of the Rhine. E. The master sees that many boys play. What rule is illustrated in each sentence? Beginners. 1. Translate into Latin. A. Where is the shield? B. A narrow shield is bad. C. The hen is small. 2. Make sentences using the words hic, porta, augusta, duo, capita, du, qualtur, qui, simus, murum, vident. English history. 1. What do you know of the Anti-Corn Law League? And what have you heard or read about a similar agitation in this country today? 2. What reasons induced each of the 5 countries engaged to enter on the Crimean War? Give some account of the war. 3. It was felt by all that the government of India could not be left in the hands of the East India Company. Why? Give some account of the events which led up to this. French history. 1. Write shortly the history of the war with Prussia. 2. Describe the new constitution of 1875. Roman history. 1. Sardinians to be sold. Who said this? Tell the story. 2. How did Romulus unite the Romans and the Sabines? Geography. 1. Describe with a map a visit to the West Indies. What recent event in these islands do you know of? 2. Write a short description of A. Mexico and B. A Brazilian forest. 3. What is meant by saying the gates of the pathway of the sea are in the hands of the British race? Illustrate with a map. 4. How are coral reefs formed? Give a diagram of one. Describe with diagrams a volcano. English grammar. 1. Analyze, parse the word in italics. 1. By 1, the flowers close. Lily and dewy rose, shutting their tender petals from the moon. The grasshoppers are still, but not so soon. Are still the noisy crows. 2. Make sentences showing the different ways in which the following may be used. Dying, making, I, tell, but. 3. Give some words with each of the following prefixes. Epi, hypo, kata, die, sin. Singing. Footnote. Subjects thus indicated to be marked by the parents according to regulations. End footnote. Father to choose an English, a French, and a German song, and 3 tonic so-fa exercises. Writing. Write 10 lines of Tennyson's from memory. Drill. Footnote. Subjects thus indicated to be marked by parents according to regulations. In footnote. Drill before parents. Dictation. Growth and greatness of our worldwide empire. Page 43. Not ... home. Reading. Footnote. Subjects thus indicated to be marked by the parents according to regulations. In footnote. Father to choose unseen poem. Drawing. A. Paint a carrot, an onion, and a potato grouped together. B. An illustration in bush drawing of a scene from The Lady of the Lake. C. A glove, a trowel, and a rake in charcoal. Natural history. 1. Describe A. 6 sea or pond creatures you found this last summer. B. The foraminiferae. How do sponges grow? Give a diagram. 2. What do we know of the origin of mountains? Describe any formation you have examined this term in cliff, river basin, or quarry. Botany. 1. Give rough diagrams showing the manner of growth, with leaf buds, of the twigs of the following trees: oak, ash, horse chestnut, beech, sycamore. 2. Compare the fruits of the raspberry, strawberry, and blackberry with diagrams. 3. What are some of the ways in which plants store food? Give examples. Physiology. 1. What are the functions of the skin? Give a diagram of the skin cells. Arithmetic. 1. Find by practice the cost of 1 ton, 200 weights, 2 quarters, and 20 pounds. At 1 pound, 13 shillings, 10 pence per hundredweight. 2. Find the cost of 4,959 balls at 11 3/4 pence each. 3. How much property tax should I pay on 5,238 pounds 10 shilling 0 pence at 8.5 pence in the pound? 4. Make out an invoice for 5 pairs of stockings at 1 shilling 3.5 pence per pair, 40 needles at 13.5 pence per score, 96 buttons at 6.5 pence a dozen, 6 3/4 yards silk at 5 shilling 1 pence a yard. Beginners. 1. Find the CGM of 12,321 and 54,345, and the LCM of 12, 18, 30, 48, and 60. 2. Reduce 11,385 over 16,335 and 96,679 over 119,427. 3. Find the sum of the quotient and remainder when 36,789,241 is divided by 365. Euclid. 1. To bisect a given finite straight line. 2. To draw a straight line perpendicular to a given straight line of unlimited length from a given point without it. 3. Divide a given angle into 4 equal parts. Or 1. Prove that 2 angles of a triangle are always less than 2 right angles. 2. Draw a kite consisting of an equilateral triangle and an isosceles triangle twice the height. 3. The latitude of London is 51.5 degrees north. How far is it from the South Pole? Composition. Write some account of A. Recent events with regard to Korea and Macedonia, or B. A. Scott, or B. Burns and his work. C. Write 20 lines on an autumn evening in the meter of the Lady of the Lake. Work. Footnote. Subjects thus indicated to be marked by the parents according to regulations. End footnote. Outside friend to examine. PQ, age 12, class 3. List of subjects taken. Bible lessons. French, German, Latin, English history, French, DO, Roman, DO, geography, English grammar, writing, dictation, natural history, botany, physiology, arithmetic, Euclid, composition. All the answers in the subjects taken have been attempted. A few of these are omitted here for reasons of space. The maps and diagrams are rather well done, but cannot be reproduced. The writer's spelling, pointing, etc. have been carefully preserved. Bible lessons. 2a. I am Joseph, your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt. These words were spoken by Joseph when he was revealing himself to his brethren. His brothers had come down into Egypt a second time to buy food, and had persuaded their father Jacob to let him take Benjamin down with them, because Joseph had told them that they must. So Jacob reluctantly let Benjamin go, and now they had bought their corn, and actually been asked to dine with Joseph, and were on their homeward way, when some officers of Joseph's household came galloping after them, and angrily asked whether the way to return hospitality is to steal Joseph's cup, his favorite silver cup. Then when the cup is found in Benjamin's sack, Judah, who has promised to be surety for him, begs that he may be a slave to Joseph instead of Benjamin, as he promised Jacob his father to bring him back safe. Then they all are taken in to see Joseph, and he cannot stand it any longer, and bursts into tears and says, I am Joseph, doth my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren, Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near, and he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt. Then, of course, they believed him, and everything was made all right. C. Jacob lay on his deathbed, with his sons around him, listening to his words, which seemed to come straight from God. But instead of Reuben, as the firstborn, getting the best or most wonderful blessing, he seemed to have been put below Judah, who is told that he shall be a fruitful bough until Shiloh come. This seems to be a wonderful inspiration in Jacob, that someone should come from the descendants of his son Judah, who should save his people from their sins. Of course, now we see in it a prophecy of the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, though then it was most likely an undefined thought. 1b. There was a man that had 2 sons, and he went to one, and said, Son, go to work today in my vineyard. And he answered and said, I will not. But afterwards he repented and went. And the father went to the other son and said, Son, go to work today in my vineyard. And he answered and said, I go, sir, but went not at all to the work, whether of the twain did the will of their father. They, the priests, say unto him the first. From this we see that the parable was aimed at the chief priests, scribes, and Pharisees, who had been trying to trap him in his talk. The man was God, the two sons, those that did his will, and those that did not, and the vineyard was the world. The scribes and Pharisees were those who made a lot of show, and were very particular about all the little outside observances of religion, but did not really work, like the son in the parable who said, I go, sir, and did not go at all. Thus they were made to condemn themselves by saying that the first did the will of God and not the second. 2a. Pilate had been cross-examining Jesus and had found no fault in him. When he asked the people what he should do with him, they cried out, saying, Crucify him, crucify him. But Pilate answered and said, Shall I crucify your king? But they cried out yet the more, saying, Crucify him, crucify him. Then Pilate took a basin and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I have nothing to do with this righteous man. See ye to it. And the people cried out, saying, His blood be upon us and upon our children. Then Jesus was led away. French. 1. Un fusil, un bandolier, des cartouches, un gibetière, un permis de chasse, et un meute de chien. 2. Recited. Savez-vous son nom? La nature, réunie en vain, c'est sans voix. L'étoile à l'étoile murmure. Quel Dieu nous imposa nos lois? La vague à la vague demande. Quel est celui qui nous gourmande? La food dit à la acquérant. Sais-tu comment ton Dieu se nomme? Et les autres, la terre, l'homme, ne pouvant achever son nom. Quel tes temples, Seigneur, sont endroits pour mon âme. Tombez, mur impulsant, tombez. Laissez-moi voir Cécile, que vous me dérobez. Architecte, je devine, tes dômes sont des flammes. Que tes temples, Seigneur, sont endroits pour mon âme. Tombez, mur impulsant, tombez. 4. Cette aiguille est très aiguë. Ces ennemis sont de trois familles. Ce mouvement est très facile. Un pas avec ce pied, et il fait qu'un bras faire ce tour. Cet homme était bien fait de sa personne. Il était très sage. Il mettait leurs livres dans l'armoire, pas sur la table. Ses filles étaient très méchantes. Il fit un tel pas que je peinais qu'il tombe. Chaque personne fit une grande révérence quand le roi venait. End of Appendix IV, Part 1. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Appendix 4 continued. Of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Franklin Foxx. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason. Appendix 4, continued. Examination of a child of 12 in the Parents' Review School on the work of a term. German. 1. Heroengeschichten has not been taken, so Kaiser Karl am Luthersgrab is recited from page 24 of A Book of German Ballads, Cambridge University Press. In Wittenberg der starken Luthersfeste ist Kaiser Karl der Sieger eingedrungen. Wohl ist den Stamm zu fehlen ihm gelungen, doch neue Wulzen schlagen rings die Äste. In Luthers Feste hausen fremde Gäste, doch Luthers Geist, der bleibet unbezwungen. Da wo des Geistes Schwert er hart geschwungen, da ruhen billig auch des Leibes Reste. Am Grabe stehet der Kaiser tief gerührt auf den und räche dich an dem Gebeinen. Den Flammen gib sie preis, wie sich's gebühret, so hört man aus der Diener Trost den einen. Der Kaiser spricht, den Krieg hab ich geführet, mit Lebenden Tote lasst uns weinen. 2. Welche dieses Blumen ist den schönsten? Ich war einmal in Berlin und 3-mal in Paris. 3. Ich habe 6 Gütebücher. Er ist 15-mal gestraft worden. Wir sind 17 edle Knaben. 9 Knaben sind in dieses Spiel. 4 Bücher wären groß 1800 schlecht Knaben. Arithmetic. Problem 1. An addition problem consisting of 5 addends. The first addend has 2 multiplication problems within it, and it bears a notation of 2/4 equals 1/2 of 100 weight. The first multiplication problem within the first addend reads 1/2 of 1 pound sterling, 13 shillings, and 10 pence, value of 0 tons, 100 weight, 0/4, 0 pounds. Multiplied by 11 equals 18 pounds sterling, 12 shillings, 2 pence, value of 0 tons, 1100 weight, 0/4, 0 pounds. The product is then multiplied by 2, equaling 37 pounds sterling, 4 shillings, 4 pence, value of 1 ton, 200 weight, 0/4, 0 pounds. The second addend bears the annotation 8 pounds equals 1/7 of 2/4, and reads 1/7 of 0 pounds sterling, 16 shillings, 11 pence, value of 0 tons, 0 hundredweight, 2/4, 0 pounds. The third addend also bears the annotation 8 pounds equals 1/7 of 2/4, and reads 1/7 of 0 pounds sterling, 2 shillings, 5 pence, value of 0 tons, 0 hundredweight, 0/4, and 8 pounds. The fourth addend bears the annotation 4 pounds equals 1/2 of 8 pounds, and reads 1/2 of 0 pounds sterling, 2 shillings, and 5 pence, value of 0 tons, 0 hundredweight, 0/4, 8 pounds. The fifth addend bears no annotation and reads 0 pounds sterling, 1 shilling, 2.5 pence, value of 0 tons, 0 hundredweight, 0/4, 4 pounds. Answer: 38 pounds sterling, 5 shillings, 3.5 pence, value of 1 ton, 2 hundredweight, 2/4, 20 pounds. Problem 2. Find the cost of 4,959 balls at 11 3/4 pence each. This problem is solved through a series of conversions and then a subtraction at the end of 4,959 farthings from 4,559 shillings. 4,959 balls at 11 3/4 pence each equals 4,959 balls at 1 shilling each minus 4,959 farthings. 4,959 farthings equals 1,239 3/4 pence, which equals 103 shillings and 3 3/4 pence, which also equals £5 sterling, 3 shillings, 3 3/4 pence. 4,959 shillings equals £247 sterling, 19 shillings, 0 pence. Therefore, the difference between 4,959 farthings and 4,959 shillings is £242 sterling, 15 shillings, and 8 1/4 pence. This is the answer to the cost of 4,959 balls at 11 3/4 pence each. Problem 3. This problem includes an addition and multiplication by fractions. The annotations to the side are 8 pence equals 1/30 of £1 sterling, and 1/2 equals 1/16 of 8 pence. The problem reads, take 1/30 of 5,238 pounds sterling, 10 shillings, 0 pence, to get 174 pounds sterling, 12 shillings, 4 pence. Take 1/16 of this answer and get 10 pounds sterling, 18 shillings, 3 1/4 pence. Add these two answers together and get 185 pounds sterling, 10 shillings, 7 1/4 pence. Reader's note: the answer written in the book is 181 pounds sterling, 19 shillings, 9 pence. End reader's note. Problem 4. This is a mock receipt of 4 separate items that have been bought, where the number of each item is multiplied by its price, and the final price of each item is added together to a grand total. The letterhead reads, Jones, Brown and Company, bought of D.H. Evans and Company, Oxford Street, West, London, May 21st, 1906. The first item, 5 pairs stockings at 1 shilling 3 1/2 pence per pair, equaling £0 sterling, 6 shillings, 5 1/2 pence. The second item is 40 needles at 1 shilling and 1 1/2 pence per score. The answer, £0 sterling, 2 shillings, 3 pence. The third item is 96 buttons at 6 1/2 pence per dozen. The answer is £0 sterling, 4 shillings, 4 pence. The fourth item is 6 3/4 yards of silk at 5 shillings 1 pence per yard. The answer, £1 sterling, 13 shillings, 3 3/4 pence. Total, £2 sterling, 6 shillings, 4 1/4 pence. Composition. A. Sir Walter Scott was a well-known writer in the early part of the 19th century. His novels are read by almost everyone, and though perhaps his poetry is not quite so well known, still, at most places one finds people who have read or heard of The Lady of the Lake or Marmion. The first of his novels was Waverley, Sick, and so they are often called the Waverley novels. The historical tales are very good, giving the reader a splendid idea of life in the 12th or 13th centuries. Ivanhoe, Betrothed, The Talisman, and Kenilworth. This latter is about the 16th century, in Queen Elizabeth's reign. The Heart of Midlothian is also very interesting, and Peveril of the Peak tells about the fighting between the Cavaliers and the Roundheads in the time of Charles I and Oliver Cromwell. The Lady of the Lake is about the longest poem Sir Walter Scott ever wrote. It is very beautiful, and many pieces in it are most interesting. Marmion tell, Sick, of a battle, and how a Lord Marmion was killed there. Latin. 1. Alexander, once upon a time asked a pirate whom he had taken by what right he infested the seas. At that, "The same," said he, "by which you do infest the world. But because I do it with a small ship, I am called a robber. You, because you do it with a great fleet and army, are called a general." Alexander dismissed the man unhurt. Did he do rightly? Alexander olim comprehensum piretum interrogavit. Quo jure Maria infestaret? Elle eodem inquit. Quo tu orbem terrarum, sed quia ego parvo navigio facio, latro vocor, tu quia manna classe et exercitu imperator. Alexander inviolatum hominem demissit. Num juste fecit? Alexander, noun, proper, masculine, singular, nominative case. Olim, adverb, modifies verb interrogavit. Comprehensum, participle used as adjective, modifying piratam. Piratam, noun, common, masculine, singular, objective case, governed by interrogavit. Interrogavit, verb, transitive, third person, singular, past tense. Quo, relative pronoun, ablative case, antecedent jure. Jure, noun, common, neuter, singular, ablative case. Maria, noun, common, neuter, singular, objective case to infestaret. Infestaret, intransitive verb, third person singular, present subjunctive case. 2. A. Somnimus totus noctis. B. Docebo te musicam. C. Romani numam regem elexerunt. D. Galli sis renum habitaverunt. E. Magister videt multos pueros ludere. A. Illustrates that the object is in the accusative in Latin. B. Illustrates that the double object is in the accusative. C. Illustrates that the double object is in the accusative. D. Illustrates that all prepositions as cis take the accusative case. E. Illustrates that with a sentence like "the master sees that many boys play," you prefix with "master sees," leave out "that," turn "many boys" into accusative, and turn "play" into the infinitive. English History 1. The Anti-Corn Law League was formed early in the reign of Queen Victoria. Its name shows that its object was to get the corn laws repealed, or rather to have the taxes on corn taken off, as they were causing distress in the country. Eloquent men went about the country speaking to the people and telling them how much better it would be not to have them, until they were convinced that it was so, and made rather a fuss over it, so that one Prime Minister, Lord Russell, resigned, and Lord Melbourne came in and took off some of the taxes. People now seem to be thinking that it would be a good thing to put on some of these corn taxes again, and the country is again rather agitated about it. And Mr. Chamberlain, Mr. Balfour, and many other gentlemen go about making speeches either for or against it, according to their different views, just as people did then, when Sir Robert Peel did take them off. 2. England joined in the Crimean War because they were afraid that if Russia got hold of Turkey, they might prevent the English going to and from India, and that thus the command we have over India might be loosened and India might once more become an independent country. France entered because Napoleon III wished to show that he had some power and was not afraid of war. Sardinia entered in because the King of Sardinia's minister, Count Cavour, wished to show that Sardinia had some power, and he also thought that making powerful friends such as England and France, his master, King Victor Emmanuel, might one day become King of Italy. Russia wanted to put down Turkey, and Turkey, of course, went against Russia. It was a very sad war, mostly because of the bad management. The charges of the light and heavy brigades, the battles of Inkerman, Balaclava, and last of all the long siege of Sebastopol, which might have been prevented had we charged the day before at the Russians, so as to prevent them get hold of and fortifying the chief tower, all tells of suffering from the intense cold and death of the soldiers by scores. French history. 1. The Prussians advanced into France, meeting with resistance everywhere, but still they went steadily on, till at last they reached Paris, which they besieged for a long time, so that the people were obliged to eat cats, dogs, horses, and even rats and mice, so that they had to give in. Then there was a treaty made, and Prussia made France give up the 2 provinces of Alsace and Lorraine, and also made them pay an immense sum of money, which was only paid off about 10 years ago. France cannot rest with Alsace and Lorraine in the hands of the Emperor of Germany, and keeps up large armies in the hopes of winning them back some day. Germany also keeps up large armies in readiness for resistance, and these 2 countries make Europe like an armed camp. 2. In 1875, people thought they would like a king again, but after all, a new constitution was made and passed by the Assembly. This government still lasts. There is a Chamber of Deputies, something like our English Parliament. There is also another chamber called the Senate, like the House of Lords in England. A president is chosen, and after 7 years gives up his post, and someone else is chosen. Ministers carry on the government so as to please the National Assembly. New people must be chosen if they are not liked by the Assembly. Roman history. 1. The Veientes, one of the Tuscan nations, declared that Romulus ill-treated the Fidenae, who belonged to them. This was absurd, as the Veientes had not tried to help the Fidenae when Romulus took them, and therefore they had a war, in which Romulus was victorious, and on the anniversary for some years after, the Romans celebrated their victory by having a herald who called through the town, Sardians to be sold. The Veientes were called Sardians because the Tuscans were descended from the Sardians, and several young boys in ropes represent the Veientes. 2. The Romans imagined that there were not enough women for them all to have a wife, so they attacked the Sabines and carried off several women. These were treated with courtesy and respect, but the Sabine men did not like it and declared war. But while they were fighting, the women ran in between and beseeching on one side their fathers and on the other side their husbands to stop. They did stop and made up the quarrel. Geography. 1. The West Indies are a set of islands enclosing the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea. They form 2 large groups, the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles. The largest island in the Greater Antilles is Cuba, which belongs to Spain. It is a lovely place, with palm trees, cocoa, and coffee plantations, and sugar and tobacco are largely exported. The capital is Havana, where the best cigars in the world are made, and it also has a good harbor from whence is exported the sugar, coffee, cocoa, and rum made in the island. The island next in size in our first group is Haiti or Saint Domingo. Part of this island belongs to Spain, and the other part once belonged to France, but is now a little Negro kingdom. Its capital is Port-au-Prince. Jamaica is the next island. This belongs to Britain and is the chief place from which we get our sugar, cocoa, and coffee. The capital is Kingston, a nice, bright town with churches and a town hall and a governor's residence. Puerto Rico is a Spanish island of not very much importance. Its capital is Don Juan, named after the Spanish sailor who first discovered it. Then comes a little group of islands called the Virgin Islands, of which the most important is Santa Cruz, which belongs to Denmark. They are between the Greater and Lesser Antilles. The largest island in the Lesser Antilles is Guadeloupe, which belongs to France. It is a pleasant island, with a lovely bay on which stands the capital, Grande Terre. Dominica, British, Barbuda, Anguilla, Antigua, and St. John's, also British, are some of the most important British islands. The other French islands are Martinique and Marie Galante. St. Vincent and Barbados, capital Bridgetown, are also important British islands. After passing the Lesser Antilles, we come to the beautiful island of Trinidad, with its capital, Port of Spain, on the lovely blue Gulf of Paria, which separates it from Venezuela. Reader's Note: Sections 2 and 3 of the Geography section are missing and replaced with the word map in brackets. End Reader's Note. 4. Coral reefs are formed by tiny animals called coral polyps, which, almost as soon as they are born, begin to separate part of their food to build up their houses. They often stick to one another and build in companies. We will imagine 10 of these little animals have started building at the bottom of the sea. 2 or 3 of them may have stuck to each other, and soon a little pillar appears of red, white, or very rarely black coral. New little polyps are born, and they build on and round their parents' work, so it get broader and higher, and more little ones come to enlarge the work, till one day a point of red or white coral appears above the surface of the sea. More and more of it appears, till there is quite a little island. Then the wind often blows seeds, and the birds bring them, and the sea washes up sand into the nooks and crannies, till palm trees grow, and other plants and birds build their nests there, and maybe have tiny birds themselves. And so there is an island fit for man's use. And it all started from 2 or 3 little coral polyps about 1/8 of an inch long. Volcanoes are apparently openings in the Earth's crust down to very center of the Earth, where many people believe that there is a great fire, the remains of the days when the Earth was a seething mass of fiery vapor. When eruptions break forth, flames and smoke reach to an enormous height, come out of the crater, and fiery lava runs in streams down the sides of the mountain, burning everything in its course, and stones and ashes are thrown out ever so far. In the sad eruption of Mont Pelée in 1901, ashes fell on steamers more than 100 miles away, and the noise of the eruption was heard for miles, and the city of Saint-Pierre, the capital of Martinique, was entirely buried in ashes and lava. Only a few church walls or street corners are remaining now to show that Saint-Pierre was once a flourishing city. This shows that volcanoes are evidently openings through which the inside of the earth seems sometimes to let off steam. Reader's Note: There is a section marked off here for diagrams. End Reader's Note. English Grammar. Part 1 begins with a table of 5 columns. The titles of each column are subject, attributes of subject, predicate, direct object, and adverbial adjuncts. The first line is flowers, the, lily and dewy rose, close, blank for direct object, one by one. The second line is shutting, blank for attributes of subject, blank for predicate, their tender petals, from the moon. The third line is grasshoppers, the, are still, blank for direct object, blank for adverbial adjuncts. The fourth line, crows, the noisy, are still, blank for direct object, but not so soon. 1. Numeral adjective modifying flowers. By, preposition joining 1 to 1. Close, transitive verb, third person plural, present tense. Shutting, present participle, governing petals. There, personal possessive pronoun, third person plural. From, preposition governing moon. Still, adjective modifying grasshoppers. So, adverb modifying soon. Soon, adverb of time modifying are still. Noisy, adjective qualifying crows. Part 2. Go quickly, he is dying. A dying man lies there. Making a dress is difficult. I am making a box. To tell tales is mean. I was to tell you that. But for him, I should not be here. Had you but a knife, we should be safe. Yes, but he is stupid, so I cannot make him hear. Reader's Note. Part 3 of English Grammar is a string of words. Each word, apart from the first, has been hyphenated. The reason is unclear. Each word will be read and the location of the hyphen will be stated after. End Reader's Note. 3. Episode. Epitome, with the hyphen between the I and the T. Hypocrite, with the hyphen between the O and the C. Hypothesis, with the hyphen between the O and the T. Cataract, with the hyphen between the second A and the R. Catastrophe, with the hyphen between the T and the second A. Cathedral, with the hyphen between the T and the H. Diphthong, sick, with the hyphen between the I and the P. Syntax, with the hyphen between the N and the T. Syllable, with the hyphen between the double L's. Sympathy, with the hyphen between the M and the P. Natural History. 1. B. Foraminiferae are the Rhizopoda, or root-footed family. They have a little opening in their shells, through which they send out hairs to catch very tiny water creatures and suck them in. Their shells are made from something they swallow. They are all sorts of shapes, and can be seen without a microscope, though their lovely colored shells and tiny bodies can be seen better with it. They increase by self-division, but they can generally grow from tiny buds on the bodies of their mothers. Diagrams. Sponges are cousins of the Foraminiferae, but are slightly higher up in the Rhizopoda family. They are full of tiny holes, with sometimes a bigger opening. These little holes lead into passages, which are continually leading into one another, and the bigger holes lead into bigger passages. They are made of some sort of fine tissue, which the sponge animal makes out of some part of its food after it has been digested. In these passages, tiny, soft, slimy creatures live, which are able to throw out hairs from themselves, with which they sweep water in and out of their house. Their children are born from buds, by self-division, and also from eggs. Some sponges increase in all of these different ways at once, so that one sponge often becomes the father of several families. Little hard things called sponge spicules grow around the egg to protect them. They are made from the lime the sponge finds in the water, and often have beautiful shapes. Diagram. 2. It has been found that though people speak of the, quote, everlasting hills, unquote, they cannot have been always where they are now. Mountains that are formed of rocks of any kind, either sedimentary or organic, must have been laid down at the sea bottom, and something must have pushed them up, either earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. If, for example, several kinds of sedimentary rocks were laid down flat at the sea bottom, Figure 1, till they were, diagram, hundreds, perhaps thousands of feet thick, and they also happen to lie on some weak part of the crust where earthquakes sometimes happen, they may be squeezed or pushed up from the surface of the sea, and round them may be deposited more rocks, and they may be pushed up. and so land may be formed, with some parts higher than the rest, and these parts are called mountains. Botany. Part 1 is replaced with the word diagrams. Part 2. The raspberry, strawberry, and blackberry are all of the rose family, but there are little differences between them. They are not all alike. The raspberry is like the strawberry in that its seed boxes grow on the mound. But when you look at the ripe fruit, you will see that the seed boxes themselves grow bigger, softer, and rounder, so that a ripe raspberry comes off without a little stalk, etc., hanging on. The blackberry is just the same as the raspberry, only it is black, and the round, juicy seed boxes do not shrink away from the mound quite so much. The construction of the strawberry fruit, however, is slightly different. Here it is the little mound that swells and becomes a bright red, and the seed boxes, generally wrongly called seeds, remain hard and small, looking something like little yellow apple pips. Euclid. First set. Reader's note. Each section is a set of instructions to draw a geometrical figure. That figure is illustrated before each section. End reader's note. 1. Let AB be a given straight line. It is required to bisect AB. On AB, describe an equilateral triangle ACB. Annotation I1. Bisect angle ACB by the straight line CD. Annotation I9. Meeting AB in D. Then shall AB be bisected in D. In triangles ACD, DCB, the side AC equals side CB, and CD is common, and angle ACD equals angle DCB. Annotation, hypothesis. Therefore, triangles are equal in all respects. Annotation I4. And side AD equals side DB. Annotation QEF. 2. Let AB be the given straight line of unlimited length and C the given point outside it. It is required to draw from C a straight line perpendicular to AB. Take a point D on the other side of AB, and with center C and radius CD, describe a circle FE cutting AB in E and F. Bisect EF in G, and join CE, CG, CF. Annotation I10. Then shall CG be at right angles to AB. In the triangles ECG, CGF, EC equals CF, and EG equals GF. Construction. And CG is common. Therefore, triangles are equal in all respects. Annotation I7. And angle EGC equals angle CGF. And therefore, CG is perpendicular to AB. Annotation, definition. Annotation, QEF. 3. Let ABC be the given angle. It is required to divide angle ABC into 4 equal parts. Bisect angle ABC by the straight line BD. Annotation I9. Bisect the angle ABD by the straight line BF. Annotation I9. Bisect the angle DBC by the straight line BE. Annotation I9. Then angle ABF, FBD, DBE, EBC are all equal. Annotation Axion 7. Therefore, angle ABD has been divided into 4 equal parts. Annotation QEF. End of Appendix 4 continued. Recording by Franklin Foxx.
Appendix 5 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Appendix 5, How Oral Lessons Are Used. Though the part of the teacher should, in a general way, be that of the university tutor who reads with his men, the oral lesson also is indispensable, whether in introducing a course of reading or as bringing certain readings to a point. Oral lessons, too, give the teacher opportunities for the reading of passages from various books bearing on the subject at hand, a sure way to increase the desire of the children for extended knowledge. Some subjects, again, as languages, mathematics, science, depend very largely upon oral teaching and demonstrations. It might be well if the lecture, with its accompaniments of note-taking and reports, were cut out of the ordinary curriculum, and the oral lesson made a channel for free intellectual sympathy between teacher and taught, and a means of widening the intellectual horizons of children. I had a few sets of notes of criticism lessons which have been given by various students of the House of Education to the children in the practicing school. These lessons are always expansions or illustrations or summaries of some part of the scholar's current bookwork. Oral lessons. Some notes of Bible lessons. Subject: Old Testament history. Group: History. Class 1B. Average age 8. Time 20 minutes. Objects: 1. To so interest the children in the story of Jacob's death that they may not forget it. 2. To give a new idea of God as drawn from the story of Jacob's deathbed, God's abiding presence. 3. To give them an admiration for Joseph as one who honored his father and mother. Lesson. Step 1. Recapitulate the former lesson and follow Jacob's journeying with his family from Canaan to Egypt on a map. Step 2. Show the children how Joseph was the first of Jacob's sons to visit him when he was ill. Draw their attention to the particular trait of Joseph's character shown in this story. Step 3. Describe in a few words the surroundings in which the events of the story takes place. Step 4. Read carefully to the children suitable parts of Genesis chapter 48, reminding them to pay special attention to the words of the Bible as they so beautifully express the scene. Step 5. While the children are narrating in the words of the Bible, help them by questions to bring out the important points of the story. Step 6. Help the children to realize how Joseph's love of his father affected his life, and how they should let their parents feel their love. Step 7. Let the children see that this family realized God's abiding presence, and show them how any family can realize it in the same way if they will. Subject: New Testament story, the stilling of the tempest. Group: History. Class 2. Average age of the children: 10. Time: 30 minutes. Objects: 1. To try to give to the children some new spiritual thought and a practical idea of faith. 2. To bring the story of the stilling of the tempest vividly before their minds. 3. To interest them in the geography of the Holy Land. 4. By means of careful, graphic reading, to help them to feel the wonderful directness, beauty, and simplicity of the Bible language. In short, to make them feel the poetry of the Bible. Apparatus required: 1. Bibles for the children. 2. A map of Palestine. 3. Thompson's Land and Book. 4. Pictures of 1. A storm on a lake. 2. Galilean boats. 3. The Sea of Galilee. Lesson. Step 1. Ask the children to find Matthew chapter 8, verse 23 in their Bibles. Tell the story of the stilling of the tempest, keeping as closely as possible to the language of the Bible. A. Let the children find the Sea of Galilee on the map, gathering from the map some notion of the surrounding country. Compare with Lake Windermere. Show course of journey by references to verses 5 and 28 in the same chapter. Show pictures of ships used in the East and on the Sea of Galilee. B. Describe the tempest graphically, drawing from the children the reason for the sudden storms (parentheses) caused by the ravines down which the winds rush (end parentheses). Get from them their idea of a storm at sea or on a lake. Show a photograph of a storm on Lake Windermere. C. Try to make the children understand the twofold nature of our Lord. 1. His humanity, he was evidently weary, and 2. His divinity, his power over nature. D. Try to make the children feel the simplicity of the Bible language and the forceful way in which it brings pictures before the mind. There arose a great tempest. His disciples came to him. He arose. There was a great calm. Refer to Psalm 57. E. The men marveled. Try to show the children that faith is just another word for understanding, knowing. How the better we know a person, the more we can trust him. Draw from the children how faith is shown in nearly every verse of this story, but as far as the disciples were concerned, it did not go far enough. Draw from them that it is not necessary to be with a person always in order to have faith in him. Ask them how people show faith in all the actions of their daily lives. Step 2. Read the story from the Bible. Read it carefully so that the children will appreciate its literary value and see the vivid pictures which it brings before the mind. Step 3. Let the children narrate the story, keeping as much as possible to the Bible words. Subject: Reading. Group: English. Class 3. Average age: 13. Time: 25 minutes. Objects: 1. Try to improve the children's reading by drilling them in clear and pure pronunciation. 2. To show them that by their reading a series of mental pictures should be presented to the listener. Lesson. Step 1. Breathing exercises. Ask reason for the same. Step 2. Practice the children in consonant and vowel sounds by giving them sentences in which difficulties in pronunciation occur. M, N, N. A stricken maiden, musing on a mountain, was given from heaven man in mortal form. Final T. A just knight felt a weight on his heart, and yet a sweet, quiet rest was present when he went to meet the light. P, B. A path of prickly brambles, bordered by pure pale poppies, breathed peace between the broken beams. D. Touched by the hand that appeared from the cloud under which nodded the dead leaves. Parentheses. Notice the final D is sometimes pronounced like T. End parentheses. Step 3. Read the passage chosen from Tennyson's Sir Galahad, asking the girls afterwards to describe the mental pictures they have drawn. A maiden knight, to me is given such hope I know not fear. I yearn to breathe the airs of heaven that often meet me here. I muse on joy that will not cease, pure spaces clothed in living beams, pure lilies of eternal peace, whose odors haunt my dreams. And, stricken by an angel's hand, this mortal armor that I wear, this weight and size, this heart and eyes are touched, are turned to finest air. The clouds are broken in the sky, and through the mountain walls a rolling organ harmony swells up and shakes and falls. Then move the trees, the copses nod, wings flutter, voices hover clear. O just and faithful knight of God, ride on, the prize is near. So I pass hostel, hall, and grange, by bridge and ford, by park and pale, all armed I ride, whate'er betide, until I find the Holy Grail. Step 4. Show the girls a reproduction of Watts's conception of the idea, asking them in what points the poet's and artist's ideas coincide. Step 5. Let the children read the passage. Subject: narration. Parentheses, Plutarch's Life of Alexander, part of the term's work. End parentheses. Group: language. Class 2. Average age 10. Time 20 minutes. Objects: 1. To improve the children's power of narration by impressing on them Plutarch's style, as translated by North, and making them narrate as much as possible in his words. 2. To rouse in the children admiration of Alexander's love of simplicity, generosity, and kindness to his men. Lesson. Step 1. Connect with the last lesson by questioning the children. They read last time stories illustrating Alexander's graciousness and tact. Step 2. Tell the children shortly the substance of what I am going to read to them, letting them find any places mentioned in their maps. Step 3. Read to the children about 3 pages, dealing with the luxury of the Macedonians, Alexander's march to Bactria, and the death of Darius. Read this slowly and distinctly, and into the children as much as possible. Step 4. Ask the children in turn to narrate, each narrating a part of what was read. Subject: from Plutarch's Greek Lives, Alexander the Great, an introductory lesson. Group: history. Class 2, ages 8 and 9. Time 30 minutes. Object: 1. To establish relations to the past. 2. To introduce the boys to a fresh hero. 3. To stir them with admiration of the wisdom, valor, and self-reliance of Alexander the Great. 4. To increase the boys' power of narration. Lesson. Step 1. Begin by connecting Alexander the Great with the time of Demosthenes, of whom the boys have been learning recently. Step 2. Draw from them some account of the times in which Alexander lived and of Philip of Macedon. Step 3. Arouse the boys' interest in Alexander by the story of the taming of Bucephalus, which must be read, discussed, and then narrated by the boys. Step 4. Ask the boys what they mean by a hero. The old meaning was demigod, the Anglo-Saxon meaning a man. Both really meant a man who was brave and true in every circumstance. Ask them, what are the qualities which go to make a hero? Draw from them how far we can trace these qualities in Alexander. We notice wisdom, what a horse they are losing for want of skill to manage him. Perseverance, he kept repeating the same expression. Self-reliance, and I certainly could. This was justified by the fact that he could. Observation, he noticed that the horse was afraid of its shadow. Courage, seeing his opportunity, he leaped upon its back. Prudence, he went very gently till he could feel that he had perfect control of the animal. These are not all the qualities one looks for in a hero, but as the boys will be learning all about Alexander next term, they will be able to find out for themselves what others he had. They will see, for instance, how he never imagined a defeat, but went on, conquering as he went. Hope. The name of Alexander has never been forgotten because he was so great a hero. Owing to him, the language and civilization of Greece was carried over a great part of Asia. Show map illustrating his campaigns. He tried to improve the land wherever he went. Owing to his travels, people began to know more than they had ever known of geography and natural history. Himself a hero, Alexander reverenced heroes, keeping the casket copy of the Iliad. Step 5. Recapitulate Step 4 by means of question. Subject: The Godwins. Group: History. Class: 3. Average age: 13. Time: 30 minutes. Objects: 1. To recapitulate and enlarge on the period of history taken during the term, AD 871 to 1066. 2. To increase the children's interest in it by giving as much as possible in detail the history of one of the prominent families of the period. 3. To exemplify patriotism in the character of the Godwins. Lesson. Step 1. Recapitulate what the girls know of the period briefly by questioning about the Saxon and Danish kings and leading men, making a chart on the blackboard. Step 2. Begin with the reign of Canute. Enlarge upon their present knowledge as to his character and deeds whilst King of England, and let a girl read the account of his pilgrimage to Rome. Freeman's Old English History, page 242. Step 3. Give an account of the early history of Earl Godwin, his apparently humble origin, his love of his country, his character. He rose by his valor and wisdom, was loved by both Saxons and Danes. He was merciful to his foes. He married Githra, sister of Earl Ulf, was made earl by King Canute, and had Wessex given him as his kingdom. Put on the blackboard the names of the 3 divisions of England, with their earls or rulers. Step 4. The period between the death of Canute and Edward the Confessor's coming to the throne. Under Harold and Hartha-Canute, Danish rule became distasteful, and the English longed for an English king. Let a girl read the account of Harthus-Canute's treatment of the people of Worcester, and the conduct of Godwin and the other earls on that occasion. Page 250. Step 5. Edward the Confessor. Ask them questions about his early life and education, and how these affected his character and ideas. Was he a suitable man for a king? Not powerful enough to rule, Godwin became his supporter and adviser. Marriage of Godwin's daughter Edith to the king. Godwin's eloquence and influence over the people. Read from Knight's History, page 162. Step 6. Godwin's patriotism is put to the test. Speak of his banishment with his wife and 6 sons and its consequences. William of Normandy invited over to England. Great dissatisfaction at misrule in England. The people resent the Normans being put into office. Let G. read, page 262. Step 7. Godwin's return. He and his family again received into favor. His death. The crime which had been laid to his charge. Harold, a worthy successor. Show from a map the divisions of England at the death of the Confessor. Read from Lord Leighton's Harold, page 63. Subject: History. Group: History. Class: 4. Age: 16. Time: 40 minutes. The State of France in 1789. Objects: To establish relations with the past. 2. To show how closely literature and history are linked together, and how the one influences the other. 3. To try to give yet a clearer idea of the social and political state of France before the Revolution than the girls have now, and to draw from them the causes which brought about the Revolution in France and at this time, 1789. Lesson. Begin by noticing the state of France generally. Feudalism was still in existence without its usefulness and with most of its abuses, and it led to the great division of classes, the privileged and the unprivileged. In both army and church, it was impossible for the unprivileged to rise by merit. All offices were filled by the privileged classes. These were exempt from many taxes. Draw from G and S the chief taxes, taille, levied on property, and the gabelle, which forced everyone to buy a certain amount of salt from the government at an enormous rate. Step 2. Speak of the state of France in the country, showing what was the relation of the peasant to his lord. The land he lived on generally belonged to him, in return for which he had to grind his corn at his lord's mill, etc., had to give his work free on certain days of the year, and help to make the roads in his lord's land, corvée. Tell them something of the game laws and the intendants. Step 3. Notice the state of France in the towns, showing how impossible it was for a poor man to set up in a trade owing to the guilds and monopolies. The merchants, together with men who held certain offices under government, formed a separate class, far removed from both the peasants and the nobles. Step 4. The state of the church. For the most part, the higher ecclesiastics were hated and despised. This was not the case with the curés, for they were of the peasantry and shared their troubles. But the higher ecclesiastics were generally younger sons of nobles, who drew the salaries of their offices and lived a gay life in court. The church also imposed heavy dues. Step 5. Show that these evils might have been remedied gradually, as in England, had there been a representative assembly regularly called, or any true justice. But as justice could be bought and sold, the poor man always lost his cause, and the pleadings of the peasant could in no way make themselves heard. They had risen just before this time, but unsuccessfully. Step 6. Draw from G&S the reason why the Revolution broke out in France rather than in any other continental country. Because, though the evils in France were no worse than those borne by the German peasants, the French people had been awakened to the knowledge of their misery and their right to liberty by many great writers. Such were Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, Labière, and Montesquieu. Get from G and S all I can about these men and their influence on history. Step 7. Draw from G and S why the Revolution broke out just in 1789. Rousseau had written his works since about 1730, and Voltaire since 1718. The French had borne their lot under Louis XIV's strong government. Louis XV was very different. The evils of a despotic government were clearly shown by him. It was he who said, "Après non déluge." Then came Louis XVI, conscientious and full of good intentions. Get from the girls something of Louis's character. But the great opportunity of the people came in the calling of the States General, in order to raise money. Step 8. A short recapitulation of the principal points. Subject, literature. Group, English. Class, 4. Age, 16. Time, 45 minutes. Charles Lamb. Objects. 1. To give some main principles to guide the choice of reading. 2. To give a short sketch of the life of Charles Lamb. 3. To show how the writer's character is reflected in the Essays of Elia. 4. To emphasize the fact that very thoughtful reading is necessary in order to get full pleasure and benefit from a book. Lesson. Step 1. Decide with the pupils as to some principles which should guide us in the choice of books, such as the following. Never waste time on valueless books. Have respect for the books themselves. Try to cultivate taste by noticing the best passages in any book that is being read. Time is too short to read much. There is a necessity, therefore, for judicious selection. The best literature can only be appreciated by those who have fitted themselves for it. It is more important to read well than to read much. The gain of reading some of the most beautiful literature while we are young is that we shall then have beautiful thoughts and images to carry with us through life. To get at the full significance of a book, it is necessary to dig for it. Thus, the essays of Elia are not only pleasant reading, but they are the reflection of the writer's character. All that Lamb was can be gathered from his works, and to rightly understand these, one must know something of the grand, though obscure, life of Charles Lamb. Step 2. Try to draw from the girls, who are already familiar with some of the essays, what they tell us of Charles Lamb. Charles Lamb was born 1775. His father was in the service of Mr. Salt, whose portrait is found in The Old Bencher of the Inner Temple. 1782, Charles received a presentation from Mr. Salt to Christ's Hospital. See essay. The result of his education is summed up in The Schoolmaster. From 15 to 20, he was a clerk in the South Sea House. Essay. In 1795, he was transferred to the India House. He lived near Holborn with his parents and his sister Mary. Here took place the calamity occasioned by Mary's insanity. Charles's heroic resolution. One learns something of the dream he renounced in Dream Children. His work at the India House was uninteresting, but such as left him leisure for intellectual pursuits. This distribution of occupation was means of conserving his mental balance. His literary work was all done in the evening. Candlelight, in Popular Fallacies. The girls will then read Talfourd's estimate of Lamb. Letters to Robert Lloyd show Lamb's persistent cheerfulness. This cheerful tone is also noticeable in many of his essays. Mrs. Battles, All Fool's Day, My Relations, Portrait of John Lamb, Macquarie End, Portrait of Mary Lamb, Poor Relations, and Captain Jackson. C. Lamb died 1834. Step 3. Summarize by questions. End of Appendix 5.
Appendix 5, Continued, of Home Education, Series Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte Mason. Appendix 5, Continued, How Oral Lessons Are Used. Subject, English Grammar. Group, Language, Class 2. Average age, 10. Time, 20 minutes. Objects. 1. To increase the child's power of reasoning and attention. 2. To increase their knowledge of English grammar. 3. To introduce a new part of speech. Preposition. Lesson. Step 1. Draw from the children the names of two kinds of verbs and the difference between them by putting up sentences on the board. Thus, in the sentence, Father slept, as they know, is intransitive. Therefore, he could not slept anything, as slept cannot have an object. Step 2. Put on the board the sentence, Mary went, and ask the children to try and make it more complete by adding an object. Mary went school would not be sense, but Mary went to school would. Ask for other phrases saying where Mary went, as for a walk, into the town, with mother, on her bicycle, by train, etc. Step 3. Tell the children that these little words, on, in, by, for, with, etc., belong to a class of words which are very much used with intransitive verbs. They have not much meaning when used alone, yet in a sentence they cannot stand without an object. You cannot say Mary went in without saying what she went in. Step 4. Introduce the word preposition, giving its derivation. Because these little words always take objects after them, and because their place is before the object, they are called prepositions. Pre being the Latin word for before, and position another word for place. Step 5. Write on the board the definition. A preposition always has an object after it. Step 6. Let the children work through the following exercises. 1. Put 3 objects after the following prepositions: in, on, over, by, with, and from. 2. Put 3 prepositions and their objects after the following: Mary plays, Mother sits, John runs. 3. Supply 3 prepositions in each of the following sentences. The book is the table. The chair is the door. I stood the window. 4. Supply 3 subjects and verbs to each of the following prepositions and objects: blank, 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 in the garden. Blank, blank, on the floor. Blank, blank, by the fire. 5. Make 3 sentences about each of the following, each sentence to contain an intransitive verb, a preposition, and its object. The white pony. My little brother. That pretty flower. Subject: German grammar. Group: languages. Class 3. Average age 13. Time 30 minutes. Objects: 1. To show the pupil that although the German construction of sentences may seem very much complicated, yet with the help of a few simple rules it can be made much clearer. 2. To draw these rules from the pupil by means of examples. 3. To teach 2 or 3 of these elementary rules. 4. To strengthen the relationship with the foreign language. Lesson. Step 1. Begin by finding out what the pupils know of compound sentences in English, i.e., that they consist of 2 or more clauses depending on each other, etc., and let them give 1 or 2 examples. Connecting this lesson with a former one on the arrangement of words in German sentences by letting the pupils put 1 or 2 compound clauses on the board in German, and then giving the rule they illustrate. Rule: dependent clauses take the verb at the end of the clause. These sentences the pupils can probably give themselves. Step 2. Get the old rule that the past participle comes at the end of the sentence, with a few examples, or 2 of which the pupils may write upon the board, to compare those illustrating the new rule. Let the pupils put sentences on the board illustrating the new rule. Rule: independent clauses, the auxiliary follows the past participle. Sentences: Ich kehre zurück, wenn sie angekommen ist. Das Kind, welches verloren war, ist gefunden. Let the pupils translate these literally into English, and with the simple German clauses already on the board, and the translation, let them find the rule. Let them translate a few sentences into German to show that they thoroughly understand the rule. Step 3. Treat the next rule almost the same way, but Have each sentence put on the board twice in different order and find the rule by comparing these. Rule: if the subordinate clause comes first, the principal clause takes its verb at the beginning. Sentences. 1. See Gab den Armen viel. We'll see gut war. 2. We'll see gut war. Gab see den Armen viel. 1. Ging immer fort, obwohl müde war. 2. Obwohl müde war, ging immer fort. Step 5. Recapitulate. Subject: French narration. Group: Languages. Class 3. Average age: 13. Time: 30 minutes. Objects: 1. To give the children more facility in understanding French when they hear it spoken and also in expressing themselves in it. 2. To teach them some new words and expressions. 3. To improve their pronunciation. 4. To strengthen the habit of attention. 5. To introduce a new branch of the study of French and thus increase their interest in it. 6. To have the following passage narrated by the children. Lesson. Passage chosen: Le Corbeau. Auguste étant de retour à Rome après le bataille d'Aquin, un artisan lui présente un corbeau à qui il avait appris à dire ce mot: Je te salue, César vaincu. Auguste charme achète cet oiseau pour 6,000 écus. Un perroquet fit à Auguste le même compliment et fut acheté fort cher. Un pied vint ensuite. Auguste le achète encore. Enfin, un pauvre cordonnier voulut aussi apprendre un corbeau. Cette salutation, il eut bien de la peine à y parvenir. Il se désespérait, souvent il disait un enragement: Je perds mon temps à ma peine. Enfin, il résolut. Il alla au seuil attendre Auguste sur son passage, et il lui présenta le corbeau, qui répéta fort bien sa leçon. Mais Auguste se contra de dire: J'ai assez de ces compromettures là dans mon palais. Alors le corbeau, recevant de ce qu'il avait souvent entendu dire à son maître, répéta: J'ai perdu mon temps et ma peine. Auguste se mit à rire et acheta cet oiseau plus cher que tout le autre. Step 1. Read the passage slowly and distinctly, stopping frequently to make sure that the children understand. Write the new words and expressions on the board and give their meanings. Step 2. Let the children repeat the story in English. Step 3. Read the passage straight through. Step 4. Let the children read the passage, paying special attention to the pronunciation. Step 5. Have the passage narrated in French, helping the children when necessary with questions. Speak as much French as possible throughout, but always make sure that the pupils understand. Subject: Italian Guin. Group language: Class 4. Average age: 16. Time: 30 minutes. Objects: 1. To increase the girls' interest in foreign languages. 2. To enlarge their Italian vocabulary. 3. To give the girls more facility in understanding Italian when they hear it spoken, and also power to express themselves in it. Lesson. Step 1. Tell the children in a few words what the series is about. Step 2. Explain the verbs in the infinitive by doing the actions when possible. Step 3. Let the children say the verbs in the infinitive. Step 4. Let them write the verbs on the board. Step 5. Explain by actions when possible the rest of the series. Step 6. Repeat each sentence several times slowly and carefully. Step 7. Let the children repeat the sentences. Step 8. Let them write the series on the board. Verbs. Volere escatarsi. Italian. Luigia vol escatarsi sul piano. Verb. Aprire. Italian. Apre il piano. Verb. Suonare. Italian. Suono on a scala a degli apparati. Verb. Studere. Italian. Poi studia una sonata di Beethoven. Verb. Voler imparare. Italian. Che vol imparare a ment. English. Louise wishes to practice. She opens the piano. She plays a scale and some arpeggi. She then studies a sonata by Beethoven, which she wants to learn by heart. Subject: Geography. Group: Science. Class 3. Average age: 13. Time: 30 minutes. Scandinavia, Norway in particular. Objects: 1. To introduce the children to Scandinavia. 2. To foster interest in foreign countries. 3. To teach the children how to learn the map of a country by means of map questions. 4. To implant mental pictures of the characteristic scenery of Norway in the children's minds. 5. To show by means of comparison the great difference in the physical features of the two countries which are included in Scandinavia, although they form only one peninsula. Lesson. Step 1. Let the children learn the map of Scandinavia, Norway in particular, by means of the map questions previously written on the blackboard, writing down their answers. Step 2. Ask for a general description of Scandinavia. Step 3. Let the children fill in the blank map on the blackboard. Step 4. Require the children to give the answers to the questions, and, as they answer, give information in order that they may be acquainted with each place as it is mentioned and be able to picture it in their minds. Map questions. From the Geographical Readers, Book 4. 1. What waters bound the Scandinavian peninsula? To what land is it attached? What countries does it include? Note. Describe the government of Scandinavia briefly, showing that, although Sweden and Norway have a common sovereign, each country has an independent parliament elected in very much the same way as our English parliament. 2. Through how many degrees of latitude does this peninsula stretch? What other countries of the world lie partly in the same latitude? 3. Describe the coast of Norway. Compare it with that of Sweden. Name the 4 largest fjords or openings beginning at the extreme north. Note: give the idea of the extraordinary way in which the coast is cut up, and the immense number of islands which fringe it. Girls to notice how these islands form an effective breakwater to the force of the Atlantic breakers, so that within their boundary the water is as calm and still as a lake. Describe the rocky, almost perpendicular sides of the fjords, over which the rivers fall in roaring torrents. Mention the fact that many ships of the Spanish Armada were driven as far north as Statland and wrecked around this dangerous headland. The Song is the largest and most important fjord. It is like a long sea channel running into the country for a distance of 100 miles, with branches right and left, over which wonderful torrents fall. The sides are very steep, and the water is very deep at the entrance. At the Solon Islands, at the mouth of the fjord, Harold Hardrada collected his force for the expedition against England. 4. Name a group of islands north of the Arctic Circle. The most northerly island, the Cape on this island, the most northerly cape on the mainland, the most southerly cape. Note: the Lofton Islands are granite rocks, rising from the water in hundreds of peaks, with jagged and fantastic outlines. The cod fisheries of these islands are very important and employ a great number of people. Nordkinn, which means North Chin, is the most northerly point on the mainland of Europe. Incessant storms rage round the island of Magero, so that it is extremely difficult for anyone to land there. Lindersnæ means lime nose. 5. Name 5 towns on the west and 3 on the southeast coast of Norway. Note: Stavanger is the 4th largest city in Norway. Its chief trade is in herrings. It has a very ancient cathedral. At Bergen, the houses are built on the slopes of the hills which run out into the deep sea. It was formerly the capital and is now a great fish port. Trondheim is the oldest capital. The name means home of the throne, and is the cathedral the kings of Norway are crowned. Hammerfest is the most northerly town in Europe. Tourists go there to see the midnight sun. Read Charles H. Wood's description of the midnight sun from the Geographical Reader. Christiania, the capital of Norway, is not a big town, but has a most beautiful situation. It is at the head of the Christiania Ford, which is studded with countless grassy and wooded islands. Most of the houses are of wood, painted white with green blinds. The fjord, which used to be very much frequented by the old Vikings, is blocked by ice for 4 months of the year. 6. The Scandinavian mountains nearly fill Norway, by which name is the range known in the north, south, and center. Name 3 or 4 of the highest peaks. Note: there is no continuous range in the Scandinavian mountains. The whole is a high tableland which increases in height as we go south, with here and there groups of peaks which appear like huge rocks dotted over the surface. These plateaus are topped with moors or snowfields, from which glaciers descend right down into the sea. 7. How does the position of the mountains affect the rivers? Compare the rivers of Norway with those of Sweden. Note, describe how in Norway the rivers rush in torrents over their rocky beds, while those in Sweden flow more gently down the gradual slope of the land. Give the threefold reason: great rainfall, small evaporation owing to the coldness of the climate, and small waste owing to the hardness of the rocks, for the great volume of water in the short, quick Norwegian rivers. 8. Recapitulate with blank map, the girls adding descriptive notes as they answer the map questions. Subject: Astronomy. Group: Science. Class 4. Age 16. Time: 30 minutes. Objects: 1. To interest the pupils in studying the heavens for themselves. 2. To show where the planets may be looked for and how they may be recognized. 3. To help the pupils to apply their theoretical knowledge of the planets to explain the movements they can observe with the naked eye. 4. To exercise their reasoning powers. Lesson. Step 1. Get the pupils to describe the changes to be seen in the sky at night, and excluding the apparent motion caused by the Earth's rotation, find out whether they have noticed and contrasted the constellation of fixed stars and the planets, wanderers. Let the pupils tell which of the planets are visible to the naked eye, and ask whether they have noticed when and where are to be seen. At the present date, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars, which are in Capricornus, Sagittarius, and Leo, respectively. Step 2. Draw from the pupils, if possible, the marks by which planets can be distinguished from stars. A. Their steady light. B. Size, in the case of Venus and Jupiter. C. Color, in the case of Mars. D. Position, relatively known constellations. E. Motion, noticeable after successive observations. Step 3. To enlarge on point D, let the pupils name the planets whose orbits are within that of the Earth, and those whose orbits are outside ours. By the help of a diagram, blackboard, of the solar system, let them to infer from the nearness to the sun of Venus and Mercury that these planets are never visible at midnight, but only just before sunrise and after sunset. Step 4. To appreciate points D and E, get the pupils to recognize the advantage of knowing the constellations by sight. Show Philip's planisphere and refer to the zodiac, showing that, besides being the sun's apparent path, this is the region in which to seek the planets. Let the pupils find the portion of the heavens visible at 6 p.m. today, and indicate both in the heavens and with respect to our landscape the positions of Jupiter and Saturn. Also show how Mars may be looked for in the south, too, about 6 o'clock in the morning. Step 5. To enlarge on point E, show a diagram of the path of Venus among the constellations in 1868 Lockyer's Elementary Lessons in Astronomy, page 183, and get the pupils to notice how large a distance she traveled in 1 month, in order to induce them to make personal observations. Prepare them to see the planets sometimes move backwards and sometimes remain stationary. Explain this by letting one of the girls move round the table while the other watches how, with respect to her background, she appears to move first from left to right, then to remain stationary, then to move from right to left, and again to remain stationary. The moving girl, observing the other with respect to her background, notices the same phenomena. Then show the diagram in Lockyer, which illustrates these facts, page 178, and also another in Reed's Elements of Astronomy, page 137, which shows the apparent motion of one planet viewed from another in motion. A picture talk, group, art, class 3, age 13, time 25 minutes. Objects: to give the girls some idea of composition based on the work of the artist Jean-Francois Millet. 2. To inspire them with a desire to study the works of other artists with a similar object in view. 3. To help them with their original illustrations by giving them ideas carried out in Millet's work as to simplicity of treatment, breadth of tone, and use of line. Materials needed: see that the girls are provided with paint boxes, brushes, water, pencils, rulers, India rubber, and paper. Photographs of some of Millet's pictures. A picture book by R. Cadicott. Lesson. Step 1. Introduce the subject by talking with the children about their original illustrations. Tell them how our great artists have drawn ideas and inspiration from the work of other artists, have studied their pictures, copied them, and tried to get at the spirit of them. Tell them that today we are going to study some of the pictures of the great French artist Millet, some of whose works Mr. Yeats has drawn for us on the walls of our Millet rooms, considering them to be models of true art. Step 2. Tell the children a little about the life of Millet, giving them 1 or 2 pictures to look at. Meanwhile, give only a brief sketch so that they will feel that he is not a stranger to them. Just talk to them a little about his early childhood, how he worked in the fields, how he had 2 great books, the Book of Nature and the Bible, from which he drew much inspiration, how later on he went to Paris and studied the pictures of great artists, Michelangelo among them. Step 3. Show the pictures to the girls. Let them look well at them, and then draw from them their ideas as to the beauty and simplicity of the composition. Call attention to the breadth of tone and the dignity of the lines. Help them sketching where necessary to reduce a picture to its most simple form, half closing their eyes to shut out detail. Help them to get an idea of the masses of tone, etc. Step 4. Let the children reproduce a detail of one of the pictures, working in watercolor with monochrome and making their washes simple and flat, reducing the tones to 2 or 3. Step 5. Suggest to them to study the works of other artists in a similar way, and show them how the books of R. Cadicott will help them in making their figures look as if they were moving. Subject: Fra Angelico. Group: Art, Class 4, average age 16 and a half, time 30 minutes. Objects: 1. to show the reproductions of some of Fra Angelico's pictures. 2. By means of them to point out such distinguishing features as will enable my pupils to recognize Fra Angelico's work wherever they may see it. 3. To show in what degree his work holds a place in high art. Lesson. Step 1. Give a short sketch of the life of Fra Angelico. Step 2. Allow time for my pupils to look at the pictures provided, namely various reproductions of Christ in glory, saints in paradise, angels, Christ as pilgrim, Annunciation, Crucifixion, Noli me tangere, Descent from the cross, Transfiguration. Step 3. To notice what strikes us most in Fra Angelico's work, the exquisite jewel-like finish, the pure open skies and unpretending clouds, the winding and abundant landscapes, the angel, the touches of white light, the delicacy and grace of form, the coloring, the peace. Step 4. If high art is to be seen, in the selection of a subject and its treatment, and the expression of the thoughts of the persons represented, how far does Fra Angelico come up to this standard? He unites perfect unison of expression with full exertion of pictorial power. This will be illustrated by further reference to the pictures and by reading some passages from modern painters. Step 5. Allow my pupils time to look again at the pictures, summarizing meanwhile by a few questions. Subject, design. Division art, class 4. Average age 16 and a half. Time 40 minutes. Objects. 1. To give the girls an idea of how to fill a space decoratively, basing the design on a given plant. 2. To show them that good ornament is taken from nature, but a mere copy of nature to decorate an object is not necessarily ornamental. 3. To give them an appreciation of good ornament and help them to see what is bad. 4. To draw out their originality by letting them make designs for themselves. 5. If possible, to give them a taste for designing by giving them some ideas as to its use. Lesson. Step 1. Ask the girls what is meant by a design. Step 2. After getting from them as much as possible, explain to them that a design is not a mere copy from nature, although it should be true to nature. Make them see this by simply copying a plant in a required space to be designed. Let this space be for a book cover. It will look meaningless and uninteresting and does not fill the space. Therefore, it will not be ornamental. Then show the girls that a design requires thought and intervention in arranging it to ornament the object. In the case of the book cover, the flower must be designed to fill the space in some orderly pattern and should be massed in good proportion. Give a few examples of this by illustrations on the board and show them a book with a design upon it. Step 3. Point out to them that the most beautiful designs and those that have had the most thought spent upon them are the most simple. Show examples of this in Greek ornament, Greek honeysuckle, egg, and dart molding. Step 4. Tell the pupils that you wish them to make a design for a linen book cover, 7 inch by 5 inch, and if they have not time to finish, to go on with it at home. If they like to carry the design out practically to transfer it to linen and work it. Step 5. Show the girls the flower from which they are to take their design, and point out its characteristics, the general growth of the plant, the curves which it makes, the form of the flower and leaves, and the way leaves are joined to the central stem. These characteristics should not be lost sight of, but be made use of in giving character to the design, and treated as simply as possible. Step 6. Let them begin their designs first of all by construction lines, and then clothe them with flowers and leaves, seeing that the masses are in good proportion. If time permits, the design could be tinted in 2 colors, one for the background representing the linen, and the other for the pattern upon it. Step 7. Suggest to them different ways in which they can make use of design in making simple patterns for their handicrafts, such as leather work, wood carving, and brass work. Subject: leather work, embossed. Group: handicrafts. Class 4. Age 16 and a half. Time 40 minutes. Objects: 1. To cultivate the artistic feeling in the pupils. 2. To train them in neatness and in manual dexterity. 3. To give training to the eye. 4. To introduce them to a new handicraft. 5. To work as far as possible in the time, the top of a pen wiper. Lesson. Step 1. Show the pupils a shaded drawing of the design, also a partly finished pen wiper top, with the same design on it. When they have compared the two, they will see that the effect of light and shade is obtained in the leather by raising the light parts and pressing back the dark ones. Step 2. Let the pupils trace the design on the leather with a pointer. Remove the tracing paper and accentuate the lines with a pointer. This is best done with a wheel in a large design. Step 3. Damp the leather and with a molder press the background away from the outline of the design. Also, the dark parts under the folds at the top of the petals and round the center. From behind, raise up the light parts with a molder and fill the holes thus made with a mixture of sawdust and meal, wet enough to make a kind of rough, thick paste. Press away the dark parts again and make any ornamental lines, etc., while the stuffing is wet, as it soon dries very hard. For this reason, a little must be stuffed at once. In this design, about 1 petal at a time. Step 4. Let the pupils punch their background, or not as they prefer. Work on any half-finished piece of leather to avoid touching the pupils' work. Subject: cooking. Division: handicrafts. Class 4. Age 6 and a half. Age 16 and a half. Time 45 minutes. Objects: 1. To teach the children to make little cakes. 2. To show them that cooking must have method in it. 3. To give them opportunity of thinking for themselves why certain things should be done. 4. To show them how they can alter a recipe to make a richer or plainer. 5. To interest them in cooking. Lesson. Step 1. Show the girls how to manage the stove for cooking. Step 2. Show them all the utensils to be used and let them arrange them on the table. Step 3. Let them write out the recipe from dictation. Step 4. Let them grease the tins first of all with melted butter. Then let them each weigh out the ingredients on pieces of kitchen paper and let them work independently of each other, the teacher also doing the same thing, so that the pupils may be able to see how to set to work without having their own work interfered with. During the process, ask them why certain things should be done. For instance, why baking powder should be used, why the patty pans should be greased. Tell them that if they wish to make the cakes plainer, they could use milk instead of eggs, or richer, they could add raisins and currants and spice. When the mixture is sufficiently beaten and put into patty pans, let the girls put them into the oven. Step 5. While the buns are cooking, they take about 5 minutes. Let the children and teacher wash up the things they have been using and put them away. Step 6. Let the children see for themselves if the cakes are done. They should be a light brown. Then let them place them on a sieve to cool, and then arrange them on plates for the table. End of Appendix 5. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of Home Education, Series Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason.